Chapter 3200. Tuoba Tianhuang and Ling Han's battle had returned to the essence of the meridian opening realm. It was a competition of power, a competition of how much power they could stack. "It's time to end this," Tuoba Tianhuang roared. His voice was so loud that a great many people on the spectators' grandstands involuntarily covered their ears. He leaped high into the air, and pounced towards Ling Han. His palm struck down, and it was as if he was holding a heavenly saber in his hand that could split open the earth. At this point, no one doubted Ling Han's strength. He was a supreme genius on the same level as Tuoba Tianhuang. But there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Today, one of them had to fall. Who could it be? Ling Han also let out a long howl. He activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique. 2, 2, 2. His heartbeat accelerated, and more blood gushed out, speeding up the circulation of his blood. This also allowed his body to explode with more potential than usual. Break! He swung his fist. Bang 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 bang. As they clashed, sharp sounds rang out incessantly, and Tuoba Tianhuang was forcefully sent flying. What? Everyone in the viewing gallery had their eyes protruding out from their sockets, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Was Ling Han going to win? Tuoba Tianhuang landed on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now, he had circulated his cultivation technique, causing his power to stack 18 times. He hadn't expected that he would be heavily injured in this exchange. Ling Han's fist contained at least 19, perhaps even 20, layers of power. Just how shocking was their raw power? Both of them were at least 100,000 pounds. How could he not be injured after being struck by one or two such waves of power? And this was Tuoba Tianhuang. A normal 12-meridian cultivator would have long since been blown to bits. Your cultivation technique is above mine, and the same is true for your fist art. Tuoba Tianhuang sighed. I admit defeat because I have too few techniques in the meridian opening realm. Once I advance to the blood transformation realm, I definitely won't lose to you in the same realm. This was the truth. In a situation where both sides had the same amount of raw power, if one side had a superior cultivation technique or martial skill, they would be able to unleash greater power and gain the upper hand. This was the meridian opening realm, and it was a competition of power. Ling Han smiled faintly. He could defeat Tuoba Tianhuang now, so as his cultivation level increased, the gap between him and Tuoba Tianhuang would only widen. A draw was impossible. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. He nodded, but said such a sentence. Well, as a person, he had to keep a low profile. Tuoba Tianhuang turned and left. Since he had already been defeated, what was the point of staying? Only when his figure disappeared in the aisle did sparse applause ring out from the stands. Then, the applause became more and more intense, and finally turned into a storm. Who could believe that the invincible Tuoba Tianhuang would actually be defeated? Does this mean the end of an era and the beginning of a new one? Ling Han! Ling Han! Ling Han! Everyone in the stands was shouting Ling Han's name. This was the glory that the champion deserved. Heavens, I really can't believe it. Our captain is actually this amazing. The profound Green Banner's warriors were also excited. Before this, they had told Ling Han that second place was already in the bag. They hadn't expected Ling Han to be so amazing that he had even defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. Of course. He's our captain. He's opened 15 meridians. How can he not be amazing? Starting today, our profound Green Banner is number 1 among the 4 banners. Huanxue was so excited that her face was about to blossom. She clapped her hands as hard as she could, as if she didn't care even if they were broken. Her heart was filled with pride. Who asked you to look down on my young master? Now you know how amazing my young master is. But while some people were happy, there were naturally others who were worried. For example, Qi Suifeng. Before this, he wouldn't have believed that Ling Han could defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. But reality was just so cruel. Tuoba Tianhuang really had been defeated. That meant that he had to eat a chair. What a joke. Putting aside the fact that the chair definitely wouldn't taste good, as the most outstanding descendant of the Qi clan's younger generation, how could he lose face in front of everyone? He had to quickly slip away. Hey, Qi Suifeng, don't even think about slipping away. Unexpectedly, Ling Han's voice rang out, and it echoed throughout the entire martial arts stadium through the sound amplification device. Don't even think about slipping away. There was even an echo. In an instant, Qi Suifeng discovered that countless eyes were staring at him. Even though most of them were ordinary people, he still felt as if he was being pricked by needles. I made a bet with Qi Suifeng. If I defeat Tuoba Tianhuang, he has to eat a chair, and it will be from the city lord's residence. I've already brought the chair. In a while, Qi Suifeng will be performing in front of everyone. I hope that everyone won't be in a hurry to leave and watch, said Ling Han. The stands were too big. He naturally couldn't find Qi Suifeng among the 200,000 people. But it didn't matter. His words would be magnified. Qi Suifeng, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Come. When everyone heard this, they were all delighted. When others won the competition, they would either be so excited that they would shed tears, or they would be so excited that they would dance with joy. Who would be as calm as Ling Han? He actually thought of the bet he had with someone else first, as if this was what he valued more. The little maid immediately carried the chair and jumped into the competition grounds. She was now at 8 meridians. Carrying a chair and jumping over a 6-zhang tall wall was a piece of cake. Fuck, they really had to prepare a chair, and it wasn't the normal version either. It was from the city lord's residence. Would the taste of the city lord's residence's chair be better? Qi Suifeng was the center of attention. How could he slip away? Although he really wanted to slip away, if he slipped away now, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in Hidden Tiger City in the future. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Go down. An old voice sounded, full of dignity. Qi Suifeng's heart instantly trembled. This was the city lord's housekeeper Mu. Hiss, this was an extreme bone realm expert speaking. How could he dare to disobey? Helpless, Qi Suifeng could only walk towards the center of the arena. His pace was extremely slow, as if he was walking into hell. In a way, that was indeed the case. But no matter how slow he was still able to reach Ling Han's side. Eat, said Ling Han with a smile. Ling Han, don't go too far. I am a direct disciple of the Qi family. If you insult me like this, the family will definitely not let you off, said Qi Suifeng through gritted teeth. Ling Han rolled his eyes. I was originally afraid that you would have indigestion, so eating one leg would have been enough. But since you're threatening me like this, then I won't take any less. Eat it all. Qi Suifeng couldn't help but cry. He really had a cheap mouth to provoke this fiend. From Ling Han's series of actions in the city lord's residence, he knew that this fellow was not someone who was afraid of trouble. It was over. He had spun a cocoon around himself. Eat it. There's a lot, so you don't need to worry about not being full, said Ling Han very considerately. Eat, eat. On the viewing platform, the people who had come to watch the show began to clamor. Chapter 3201. Qi Suifeng's face was ashen. He stretched out his hands numbly, snapped off a chair leg, and put it in his mouth to chew. Very quickly, the chair leg was gone. Since he had to eat it, the faster he ate it, the better. He could spit it out as soon as he got out. How's the taste? Ling Han asked from the side. Meanwhile, the little female attendant's face was already scrunched up in a bitter frown. Just looking at the way Ling Han was chewing was enough to make her panic. Qi Suifeng numbly handed over an armrest, not saying a word. His meaning was very simple. If you want to know how it tastes, then come and try it. Ling Han tactfully refused, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Please enjoy. Qi Suifeng numbly retracted his hand. Gotcha. He took a bite, and the sound was crisp. Eat slowly. No need to rush. No one is going to take it from you. Ling Han patted Qi Suifeng's shoulder and left. It was time to receive the prize. The prize for the first place was personally handed out by Butler Mu of the City Lord's mansion. When he handed over the prize to Ling Han, he gave Ling Han a deep look. Young man, you have a very promising future. Thank you, senior. Ling Han accepted the prize, feeling very happy. He wondered if his spiritual power would be strong enough to release the Empress and the others after eating this mystical cloud fruit. He was impatient and was about to leave, but before he left, he saw two people walking towards him. Lian Xuerong and Sun Jianfang. Lord Sect Leader. Ling Han hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. He was very respectful to Sun Jianfang. Very good, very good. Sun Jianfang nodded and patted Ling Han's shoulder, smiling. Sect Leader, has your hidden illness been eliminated? Ling Han asked. It has been eliminated, but it still affected my lifespan. Lian Xuerong said, Blood Transformation Realm should have an additional 30 years of lifespan. Every small realm increases another 3 to 5 years of lifespan. But because the blood transformation process is very domineering and will seriously harm the body, the increased lifespan is mostly offset by it. Unless Mr. Sun can break through to the extreme bone realm within 20 years, otherwise, she did not continue, but her meaning was clear. Sun Jianfang could probably live for another 20 years or so. Sun Jianfang, on the other hand, was very open-minded. He smiled and said, It's fine. I'm already very satisfied to be able to come to Xianbei Nation to see the golden age of martial art. Next, I'll leave it to fate. Ling Han did not speak, but he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely refine the corresponding medicinal pill in the future to help Sun Jianfang break through as soon as possible and resolve the crisis of his lifespan. After talking for a while, Sun Jianfang and Lian Xuerong let Ling Han go back. However, Lian Xuerong made Ling Han return to the team in 3 days. They might be going on a mission. Ling Han agreed and brought the little maid back. He guessed that many people would come to visit him, so he changed to another inn. No, it was time to take the medicine. It was time to eat the fruit. Ling Han opened the box. There was a jade box inside. He opened the box again, and there was a purplish-black fruit inside. It was not big, and it was like a walnut. Ling Han first looked, then smelled, and observed the faint patterns on the fruit. He nodded. This was definitely the Wonder Cloud fruit. It was exactly as described. He no longer hesitated and immediately picked up the fruit to eat. This kind of treasure fruit did not need to be washed. It was naturally untainted by dust. Ling Han originally thought that it would be very bad. After all, he had eaten treasure fruits before. He did not expect that the Wonder Cloud fruit would actually taste so good. He chewed twice. He wanted to eat a few more mouthfuls, but he found that the fruit was already gone. Too little. Ling Han sighed. Speaking of which, he was actually a foodie. In just a short while, he felt that the Wonder Cloud fruit's effects were starting to show. His spiritual power was rapidly increasing. Originally, his spiritual power was at most able to grab a brush. It could be said that it was next to nothing. This was mainly used to communicate with runes. But now, He believed that he could grab 2 brushes at the same time. Moreover, it was still increasing. If this spiritual power was a little stronger, wouldn't he be able to use weapons to attack? Telekinesis was invisible, and unlike hands, it would not be confined to the body. It could be released, and it could even attack from the back. It was impossible to guard against. I have to be careful in the future. Ling Han nodded. Otherwise, if he encountered a telekinesis master, he would definitely be hit if he was careless and attacked from the back. The treasure fruit of heaven and earth did not require Ling Han to participate. It was just that he felt his heart beating faster and his head swelling. It seemed to have doubled in size and was still increasing. But when he looked in the mirror, there was no change. This was an illusion formed by the increase in spiritual power. It was squeezing the sea of consciousness. About an hour later, Ling Han calmed down. Other than his face burning, eyes red, and a buzzing in his head, everything had returned to normal. He tried to use his telekinesis, and the stack of books on the table suddenly floated. It was very strange. This was not formed by the release of force, but by telekinesis. Compared to before, the strength has increased by more than 10 times. The effect of a wonder cloud fruit is so awesome. This can only mean that my foundation is too low. That's why there was such a big improvement. Ling Han nodded. He believed that if he had another wonder cloud fruit, his improvement would be very ordinary. Let's try again and see if I can let Luan Xing and the others out. Ling Han looked inside his body and had already located the queen. He then pushed her, wanting to pull her out. Who is it? The queen immediately shouted, full of dignity. She was a 4-step cultivator. Ling Han could not speak, so he could only use his telekinesis to touch her and convey his longing. Ling Han, the queen said immediately. This was Ling Han's body, and if there was anyone strong enough to affect her here without being discovered, it could only be Ling Han. Ling Han lightly brushed her, indicating his agreement. You can't speak, and you can't use your divine sense, right? The queen said. If you are, brush me twice. If not, brush me once. Ling Han brushed her twice. The queen nodded. You're injured. Ling Han brushed her once. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. That means that the world outside is very special, and your strength is limited. Although it was not quite right, it was close enough. Ling Han brushed her twice. Big sister, who are you talking to? The heavenly phoenix divine maiden walked over. Ling Han. Ah, husband. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden instantly became excited. Although they had only parted for a few months, they were most worried because Ling Han had gone to an unknown world, and no one knew what Ling Han would face. Instantly, Lu Yutong, Li Si-chan, and the other women all ran over. Ling Han's spiritual power was not strong enough, so he could not convey his thoughts, nor could he carve words on the ground. He could only express through a light brush. However, this gave Ling Han a strong sense of confidence. He believed that if his spiritual power was a little stronger, he would be able to communicate with the people in his body, and if he was a little stronger, he would be able to release them. Chapter 3202. Ling Han conversed with the girls for a long time before he reluctantly ended. Now, his thirst for power was even more intense. To release everyone from their bodies required psychic energy. But without powerful strength, how could he obtain treasures that could increase psychic energy? In the end, everything depended on strength. Ling Han considered for a moment before bringing the little maid girl to the compassionate medicinal hall. Next, he was going to the black-green banner. He was worried about letting a young lady like Wuxia move to a place full of men. Furthermore, this was against the rules. He had never heard of anyone bringing their family into the barracks. Therefore, he decided to let Wuxia live in the compassionate medicinal hall. After all, there were 3 medicines that he would get a share of. It was normal to arrange for someone to look after them. Furthermore, as the importance of the compassionate medicinal hall rose, the city lord's mansion would pay attention to it. It was impossible to let anyone tear it down. This place was very safe. Ling Han brought Huanxue to the medicinal hall. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Mo Guahao happily agreed. He would take good care of Huanxue. After staying here for 2 days, Ling Han naturally ran into Zhong Yangbi. Looking at Zhong Yangbi's expression, tsk, he really thought of him as an enemy. Using these 2 days, Ling Han bought the materials and planned to create the blood transformation realm killing formation as soon as possible. But he couldn't rush it, so he decided to do it in the black-green banner. After dealing with the miscellaneous matters, 3 days passed. Ling Han took a large bag and set off for the black-green banner's barracks. He sighed ruefully. If only he had a spatial artifact. The current him, no matter how he looked at it, he looked like a thief who had just committed a crime. Entering the black-green banner's barracks, Ling Han was warmly welcomed. Defeating Tuoba Tianhuang and winning first place in the martial competition. With great difficulty, Ling Han squeezed out of the crowd and put down his luggage. This large bag was filled with clothes. Ling Han continued to study the middle-grade formation patterns. These formation patterns were really a very difficult thing to learn. After learning them, they would automatically disappear from one's mind, but when drawing them, one would need to combine a few or even more than a dozen formation patterns. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty by many times. Moreover, an intermediate array foundation was not that simple. Not only did it have high requirements for the array foundation materials, but it also had the same requirements for the ink. Ordinary ink wouldn't do. At the very least, it required the blood of someone at the blood transformation realm. Furthermore, some formation bases had special requirements for species. For example, for an ice-type formation, it required the blood of demonic beasts like ice wolves and frost pythons. For a blazing flame formation, it required the blood of demonic beasts like flame beasts. The killing formation Ling Han wanted to set up didn't have such high requirements. As long as it was the blood of someone at the blood transformation realm, it would be fine. If there was a requirement, it would be the fresher the better. However, I seem to lack everything right now. Ling Han sighed. The array foundation needed for a mid-grade array formation was abnormally precious, and most importantly, it couldn't be bought. Even Old Man Nyo didn't have it in stock, so he could only go to the Formation Dao Association to get it. However, he wasn't from the Formation Dao Association, so how could he do that? Forget it, he would cross the bridge when he reached it. He would first familiarize himself with the array runes and study the Tao of alchemy. As long as he had the ingredients, he would be able to refine it. It seemed much simpler. Before Ling Han could start his closed-door cultivation, he was called over by Lien Xuerong. Not only him, but all the members of Small Team 7 were also called over. I have a mission for all of you. Lien Xuerong said seriously. I promise to complete it. Tang Hai and the other 8 immediately shouted loudly. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Was there a need to shout so loudly? He followed suit and said, I promise to complete it. It was extremely out of step. Lien Xuerong nodded. It was said that a demonic beast appeared in the 1,000 Lotus Mountain. It should be from the 12 lineages. It often comes out of the mountain to harm the townspeople. You guys go and find it and destroy it. I promise to complete it. Tang Hai and the other 8 shouted loudly again. Fuck. Ling Han sighed. I promise to complete it. It was still very out of step. Go. Lien Xuerong waved her hand. Ling Han and the other 8 walked out of Lien Xuerong's room. All of them had relaxed expressions. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to kill a 12 meridians demonic beast, and there might even be casualties, Tang Hai said with a smile. However, with Ling Han's participation this time, it will be a piece of cake. Everyone laughed. Ling Han's battle prowess far surpassed that of a 12 lineages demonic beast. Even if all 9 of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Han. Yeah. If only Ling Han had come earlier, Vice Captain Lu wouldn't have died. Zhang Honglang sighed emotionally. Their original vice captain had unfortunately died during an operation to eliminate demonic beasts. Everyone's mood immediately sank. To them, the feelings of comrades in arms might not be as weak as parental love or romantic love. Alright, let's not talk about such sad things. Pack your luggage. We'll leave in half an hour. Tang Hai waved his hand. Yes, Captain, everyone replied in unison. Ling Han's mouth was half open. Damn, they were out of step again. Half an hour later, all 10 of them had packed their luggage and were ready to leave. Tang Hai led the way, followed by the 9 others. Ling Han brought up the rear because he was the vice captain. Their destination was Thousand Lotus Mountain, which wasn't close to Hidden Tiger City. Based on their speed, it would take them 10 days to get there. Actually, if they weren't going to Thousand Lotus Mountain, it would only take a day or 2 to fly there by helicopter. However, ever since the world had changed, many mountains had undergone inexplicable changes. Aircrafts couldn't get close at all, or they would suddenly lose their momentum and fall from the sky. Falling from a height of a few hundred meters was guaranteed to shatter every bone in the illuminating pulse realm. Therefore, if they wanted to fly there, they would have to walk around the mountain. That would take a lot of time. Then there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could just use their legs and treat it as training. Of course, if they used a spaceship like Lien Xuerong's, it would be different. They wouldn't be disturbed at all and could fly steadily. But was it really necessary to use a spaceship to exterminate a 12-meridian demonic beast? They traveled west, passing through mountains and rivers. After the world had changed, the rivers had changed the most. Rivers that used to be dozens of meters wide were now several kilometers wide. There were even giant rivers that were hundreds of kilometers wide. They didn't know where all the water came from, but they hadn't dried up yet. This was within the borders of Xianbei. The current emperor was wise beyond compare, appointing virtuous officials with clear discipline. The common people lived in peace, so no one was forced to become a bandit or engage in a worthless business. Of course, some people were born cruel and didn't need to be forced to walk that path. Therefore, the Black-Green Flag's mission was to exterminate these bandits and demonic beasts. They arrived at Thousand Lotus Mountain without incident. Ling Han gazed into the distance. Thousand Lotus Mountain's name really suited the scenery. The mountain peaks stood tall like blooming lotus flowers. But wasn't this place a little too big? Chapter 3204. Who would have thought that the seemingly internal strife between the braided man and the red-clothed girl was actually just to numb Ling Han's group, waiting for them to show signs of impatience or slacken their concentration for the attack to suddenly arrive. It was very sudden. Although Tang Hai had roared, not everyone was able to retreat at the first instant. Ling Han took a step forward and punched out with his fist. A terrifying force was unleashed. Under the release of the force, it was almost tangible. Pa, 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 pa. The incoming crossbow bolts were all broken by his arrow and fell to the ground. Under the suppression of absolute power, everything else was fabricated. Amazing, the braided man murmured. Quite handsome. The red-clothed girl covered her face with both hands and pretended to be shy. Not a single one died. A third person's voice came from the forest. Fuck, this is too disrespectful. Again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Another wave of crossbow bolts flew over. This time, everyone was prepared and raised the weapons in their hands to parry. Ding, ding, ding. They cut down the crossbow bolts and felt their arms go slightly numb. The power attached to the crossbow bolts was very shocking, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more shocked. How strong did Ling Han have to be able to completely destroy the first wave of crossbow bolts with one punch? Why don't you guys die? A short man rushed out from the trees. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. He glared angrily at Ling Han's group of 10. I, Wang Baisheng, have attacked twice and not even a drop of blood can be seen. Isn't this a disgrace to my reputation? Tang Hai and the others were soldiers and had strict discipline. They could only attack criminals. Thus, although the braided man and red-clothed girl had spoken rudely earlier, they had tolerated it. But it was different now. Someone had attacked them with the goal of killing them. This was equivalent to provoking Xianbei country. They could not tolerate this. According to the laws of the empire, kill. Tang Hai pointed his sword at Wang Baisheng. Kill. Lu Jing and the others also pointed their weapons at Wang Baisheng and shouted. They immediately charged over. Ling Han did not move. Wang Baisheng only had 12 meridians. Tang Hai and the others were enough to deal with him. He only needed to watch the braided man and the woman in red. Stupid shorty, can't you make the mechanism a little more powerful? The braided man shouted. We don't have enough time. Shouted Wang Baisheng as he fought against Tang Hai and the others. He was short, but his saber was longer than him, which made him look very out of place. However, when he brandished his saber, a strong gust of wind whistled behind him. The saber's momentum was incomparably vigorous, showing that his strength was extremely tyrannical. Clink, 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 clink. The sounds of weapons colliding rang out incessantly. Everyone here was at least 9 meridians and could release their force externally. Thus, the battle was not just about the collision of weapons. Every punch, every palm, and every kick could not be ignored. Wang Baisheng's individual combat strength was very outstanding, much stronger than Tang Hai's. It was estimated that it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2, but there were a total of 9 people in the 7th squad, and their combined strength would definitely surpass 2 Tang Hai's. Therefore, after a few moves, Wang Baisheng was at a disadvantage. Stupid shorty, do you need help? Laughed the girl in red. Pa, I don't need your help. You're trying to trick me into bed again. Wang Baisheng spat, then shouted at the top of his lungs, braided, come and help me. Damn, and here he was thinking how brave and unyielding he was. The braided man chuckled. Alright, I won't play any more, lest the night is fraught with dreams. He strode towards the battle. Ding-ling-ling, the bells jingled. Boom, a terrifying force streaked past in front of him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. The braided man looked at Ling Han in surprise. It was Ling Han who had acted and stopped him in his tracks. The two of you stay here obediently, said Ling Han. Little handsome, I can play with you. The girl in red jumped over and shook her fat butt, making one want to vomit. Ling Han had originally only wanted to hold the fort and let Tang Hai and the others deal with the 3 of them one by one. But after being disgusted by the girl in red, he could no longer endure it. He charged forward and punched. Bang, there was clearly still a distance of 10 meters between them, but the girl in red's expression changed greatly. Crackling sounds came from her body, and she was sent flying. Drawing an arc in the air, she landed heavily on the ground. Her entire body was flattened, and fresh blood seeped out, dyeing the grass beneath her red. She would definitely grow fat in the coming year. Stupid bitch, shouted the braided man. But the only reply he got was a blob of blood that grew larger and larger. Hiss. The stupid bitch had been killed with a single punch. The braided man's heart beat wildly. Although there were only 3 of them, they were not afraid of Ling Han's numbers. Because the 3 of them not only had 12 meridians, but they were also much stronger than ordinary 12 meridians. But the members of the black-green flags? They knew very well that only the captain of the team had 12 meridians, and the others only had 11 or 10 meridians. Thus, the 3 of them could easily suppress them, and did not need to worry at all. However, the reality was so cruel. One punch, and she had been killed instantly. Just the thought of this terrifying strength caused cold sweat to drip from his forehead. He had to run quickly, or he would be courting death. Ling Han smiled slightly. Let me give you a word of advice. If you don't want to die immediately, don't run. The braided man laughed dryly, and could only give up on the idea of running. The pressure that the young man in front of him gave him was too terrifying. He felt that if he really did run, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being killed instantly. He clearly also had 12 meridians. Tell me, why are you here? Asked Ling Han. The braided man's eyes darted around. After a while, he said carefully, can I not tell? No. Ling Han shook his head. What will happen if you don't tell? He asked again. Probably about the same as her. Ling Han pointed at the girl in red on the ground. The braided man thought for a moment, sighed, and said, then I still choose, Xiao. He suddenly charged out, and with a wave of his hand, a piece of paper flew out. Then, there was immediately a burst of black light, and it turned into a black cheetah that pounced towards Ling Han. It was very fast, and arrived in front of Ling Han in a flash. Yet Ling Han did not take it to heart. The power of this seal soldier was only 12 meridians, and could not withstand a single blow. He knew that the braided man's true goal was to escape. What wishful thinking! He punched out, and pang, the black cheetah was immediately shattered by him. Even the talisman paper was split into 2, and it quickly dimmed. You fucking monster! The braided man shouted in his heart. He knew that Ling Han was terrifying, but he did not think that he was powerful to this extent, right? He hurriedly ran faster, but he felt a pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground, and sank into eternal darkness. Chapter 3205. I accidentally used too much force and killed him. Ling Han scratched his head. But it's okay, there's still one left alive. He looked towards Shorty Wang Baisheng and couldn't help but open his mouth a little wider. Because he had just seen Wang Baisheng get hacked to death by Tang Hai and the others. Damn, not a single one was left alive. How were they going to interrogate him? Vice Captain is amazing. Zhang Honglang praised. The 9 of us only managed to kill 1, but Vice Captain has already taken care of 2. Vice Captain is awesome. Vice Captain likes it. Everyone flattered him, but this was also the truth. Ling Han sighed. They were all killed by you guys. Who are we going to interrogate? Ah. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. We were so excited about the fight that we forgot to keep them alive. Vice Captain still has 2 more. We thought it would be fine to kill them. Who would have thought that Vice Captain would finish them off so quickly? In short, all 3 of them were dead. Not a single one was left alive. Let's see if there are any clues on their bodies, Tang Hai said. They searched for a while, but did not find anything useful. Strange, what is their relationship with the demonic beast? Why did they stop us from entering? Could it be that this demonic beast was raised by them? That's impossible. Firstly, no one would be so crazy. Secondly, they are only 12 meridians. They shouldn't be able to raise a 12 meridians demonic beast. Forget it, let's take care of that demonic beast first. Everyone nodded. That was their target this time. As for the identities of the 3, they would slowly investigate them in the future. They didn't dare to be careless. They got into an offensive formation and entered the canyon. The canyon was very quiet. Although there were many trees and weeds, there were no sounds of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if they had entered a fake world. Strange. Be careful. The 10 of them whispered to their teammates. The gorge was still very large, and because there were too many trees, it greatly obstructed one's line of sight. One could only see about 300 feet ahead. However, just by looking at the crooked trees along the way, one could tell that this place had once been trampled by a huge monster. That demonic beast. They kept moving forward, and before long, a lake appeared in front of them. The lake was very big, but because there was no mountain wind blowing, there were no fish swimming in the water. It was like a clear mirror. They only took a glance before withdrawing their gazes and continuing to follow the trail. But everyone had already turned a corner, and Zhang Honglang was still walking forward. Tang Hai and the rest thought that he was going to wash his hands or drink some water, so they did not take it to heart. They only felt that this guy was not following the rules, actually leaving the team without permission. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Zhang Honglang didn't stop when he reached the lakeside. Instead, he kept walking forward. His feet were already in the water, but he still didn't know how to stop. Then, the water went past his knees and reached his lower abdomen. What is this guy doing? Could it be that he wants to swim here, Zhang Honglang? Tang Hai immediately shouted. However, Zhang Honglang didn't seem to have any intention of paying any attention to him. One step at a time, he continued forward. He didn't float, but rather, allowed the water to pass over his chest and continue to rise. What happened? Tang Hai and the rest hurriedly rushed out and jumped into the water, forcibly pulling Zhang Honglang back. Strangely, even though he was clearly being pulled back by everyone, Zhang Honglang still moved forward with both legs. Zhang Honglang. Zhang Honglang. Little Zhang. Everyone called out, but Zhang Honglang acted as if he didn't hear them. His feet continued to move, and he would even use his hands to move in front of him, sometimes lowering his head. It was as if he was passing through a dense forest. Be possessed by the devil, wake him up, Tang Hai said. Slap slap slap. They slapped Zhang Honglang's face, but he didn't react at all, and maintained his original posture. Why did this kid suddenly lose his mind? Everyone was puzzled. Ling Han also felt it was strange. Why would he suddenly act up like this? Suddenly, a look of intense terror appeared on Zhang Honglang's face, and he suddenly punched forward. Zhang Honglang, what are you doing? Lu Jing hurriedly dodged. Although he had 11 meridians, he would still be heavily injured if he was hit by a 10 meridians punch. Zhang Honglang seemed to have gone mad. He pulled out his sword and attacked madly. His madness made it difficult for the others to stop him, for fear of injuring him. Therefore, they all retreated when they saw him attack. Zhang Honglang even used strength stacking, and was incomparably domineering for a moment. But under this kind of exhaustion, his strength was quickly used up, and he collapsed on the ground in less than 20 minutes. Captain, you're all still alive, he suddenly said. Everyone looked at each other. They were all alive and well, but this kid had suddenly lost his mind. That's great, everyone's still alive. Zhang Honglang was incomparably emotional, and he hugged Lu Jing, tears flowing out of his eyes. This kid was seriously ill. What did you see? Ling Han asked. We just ran into that demonic beast, and you were all eaten. I fought with my life on the line, and almost died. How did I end up here? Zhang Honglang was bewildered. Of course, this was an illusion. The question was Zhang Honglang daydreaming? No wonder he was so nervous just now, as if he was fighting with his life on the line. So he thought he was fighting with a demonic beast. His heartbeat is a bit fast, but it's within the normal range, Zhu Yongxi said. Not only was he a soldier, he was also the team's medic. Is there such a strange symptom from suddenly falling into a dream? Tang Hai asked. I'm not sure either. Zhu Yongxi shook his head. He only knew how to simply treat wounds and reconnect broken bones. Bang! At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly attacked, and his sword slashed towards Zhu Yongxi's neck. No one had expected this attack. Although they didn't have the same surname, they were closer than a family, because they were comrades who trusted each other, and could entrust their backs to each other. But now, Lu Jing had suddenly attacked his comrade. How could he have expected this? Just as a tragedy was about to happen, a fist suddenly came flying over. Bang! Lu Jing's sword was instantly sent flying. Lu Jing, what are you doing? Tang Hai shouted, but before the word crazy left his mouth, he stopped abruptly, because Lu Jing was like Zhang Honglang from before. He seemed to have lost his mind, and his face was filled with malevolence. What do we do? Everyone retreated. Because Zhang Honglang's secret power had been exhausted, he was carried by Tang Hai. It was far more difficult to restrain a person who had gone berserk than to kill him. Something's wrong. He's definitely not losing his mind. He's been attacked. Has he been poisoned by some kind of poison that has affected his mind? Chapter 3206. A Beautiful Romance. It was understandable if one person had lost their mind. But both of them had lost their minds, and they were acting up in the same place, one after the other. This was unbelievable. Something was affecting and controlling Zhang Honglang and Lu Jing. It could be the gas emitted by some plant, or it could be that demonic beast. That was why this place was so quiet, without a single insect, bird, or beast. Damn it, to make us kill each other. Yu Liren clenched his teeth, but he could only pull away and not clash head-on with Lu Jing. Otherwise, someone might be injured. What kind of dog is this? Hurry up and show yourself. If you have the guts, fight 300 rounds with me. Zhu Yongxi shouted. But only Lu Jing wielded his blade fiercely, and not a single demonic beast jumped out. Ling Han moved, and a powerful force shook off Lu Jing's blade. Then, he chopped at Lu Jing's neck with his palm, knocking him out. This time, Lu Jing was completely at ease. But this was not the end. Tang Hai suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, and suddenly threw Zhang Honglang into the air, then slashed out with his blade. This, Ling Han hurriedly moved, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't make it in time. Not to mention that Zhang Honglang had already used up all of his strength. Even if he hadn't, how could he be Tang Hai's match when he was completely defenseless? He couldn't block it either. Captain! Everyone cried out in shock. Were they going to watch as their teammate was killed by one of their own? Ling Han knew that his fist strength was insufficient. He used his mental energy, wanting to deflect the blade in Tang Hai's hand, but he immediately rejected this idea. Although his mental energy had reached the intermediate level, it was only enough to lift a few books. How could it affect a 12 meridians cultivator? That's right. Ling Han transformed his mental energy into a blade and charged towards Tang Hai's consciousness. He believed that whether it was Zhang Honglang, Lu Jing, or Tang Hai, their minds had been affected by a mysterious power. Since this was on the mental level, he might be able to affect Tang Hai as well. Hong, the mental attack had no distance or time. With a single thought from Ling Han, his mental energy had already pierced into Tang Hai's sea of consciousness. However, a sinister, chaotic, and incomparably powerful will immediately charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han let out a muffled groan, and his psyche power retreated like a tide. Shua, the saber slashed down, and blood splattered. A tragedy. Everyone couldn't bear to watch. They didn't want to see the tragedy of their comrades being killed, but they forced themselves to open their eyes wide. Zhang Honglang is not dead. Tang Hai's slash was slightly off the mark. It did not hit Zhang Honglang's neck, but it still managed to cut off Zhang Honglang's left arm from the shoulder. Ah! Zhang Honglang screamed in pain. Ling Han snorted. This time, he could naturally conclude that there was a powerful existence controlling Tang Hai, causing him to experience a nightmare. In this nightmare, perhaps Tang Hai was fighting hard to protect his teammates. Damn it, he punched out again, and Tang Hai was instantly smashed to the ground. Ga, Ga, Ga. Zhu Yongxi let out a strange cry. As if he had changed into another person, he placed his sword across his own neck. I didn't expect to actually encounter someone who also cultivates mental energy. This was definitely not Zhu Yongxi speaking. Rather, someone was controlling his body and speaking. If I kill myself now, can you stop me? Ling Han was just about to act, but Zhu Yongxi had already swiped his saber horizontally. Pooh! A splash of blood splattered. His body had already gone limp, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Zhu. The remaining people all roared angrily, their eyes about to spit fire. They wanted to kill, but the enemy had not even shown his face, and had already injured and killed them. They were not on the same level at all. Ling Han frowned, and his figure leaped out. Peng, 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 he threw out a few punches, knocking out those who were still conscious. Can you still control people? Boom! Instantly, an incomparably powerful psychic power rushed towards Ling Han, wanting to surge into his mind and occupy his consciousness. However, at this moment, Ling Han's chest emitted a purple light. Instantly, as if the psychic power had encountered a flame, it immediately shrank back. Ling Han did not need to look down to know that this was the power of the pendant. Speaking of which, Li Zhangdan's luck was really not bad. She had obtained 2 treasures, the pendant and the jade toad. I'm coming for you. Ling Han said calmly, but there was an indescribable determination in his voice. He took a step forward, and followed the traces along the way. Not long after, the traces of crushing came to an end. In front of him appeared a strange tiger-like demonic beast. It was completely hairless, but it had tentacles that were half a foot long and as thick as a stick. Now, these tentacles were still flickering. Strange, what kind of demonic beast was this? Die! Ling Han charged over. Wang, another psychic attack came, but before it could touch Ling Han, the pendant on his chest showed its power again. The purple light only trembled, and the psychic power was bounced back. Ling Han had arrived, and the demonic beast hurriedly waved its claws, sweeping towards Ling Han. There was a kind of disdain in the demonic beast's eyes. This was something that only an intelligent creature could show. Pang! The man and the demonic beast collided, and there was a muffled sound. Ling Han and the demonic beast's bodies shook at the same time. Pang, pang, pang. The surrounding trees toppled over. The demonic beast's face revealed an obvious look of shock. It was extremely strange to see such shock on the face of a beast. It had previously been full of mockery. Did this human think that just because he had found it, he could kill it? Wrong. Not only was its mental strength outstanding, its physical strength was also not weak. It had reached the blood transformation realm. This brat had a treasure on him that could resist its mental control. However, when this human realized that he had come to die, the expression on his face would definitely be very interesting. It was very expectant, but it never expected that the one who was shocked would be it. How could a 12 meridians cultivator have such great strength? It didn't make sense. After this attack, Ling Han's confidence increased greatly. This demonic beast's mental strength was extremely terrifying. It could control other people's bodies, and it could even do something as heaven-defying as speak. However, its physical body was not very strong. It was only in the early stages of the first blood transformation, and 100,000 kilograms of strength was heaven-defying. Good, kill it. Ling Han let out a long howl, and he swung both his fists at the demonic beast. Pang, pang, pang. His strength could reach up to 3 zhang, which was longer than any weapon. His punches surpassed the speed of sound, and he was practically bombarding the demonic beast from all directions. In the eyes of that demonic beast, Ling Han's fists were really all over, bombarding towards it. A hint of panic appeared on its face. Its forte was mental control. Even if one's cultivation level was just a little higher than it, there was a high possibility that one's mind would be controlled by it, and become its plaything. It could do whatever it wanted. But it had never imagined that Ling Han had a treasure on him that could actually block its mental control. Moreover, it was a demonic beast. This brat was clearly a 12 meridians cultivator, but his strength was comparable to a first blood transformation. Damn it. Chapter 3208. Ling Han went to Cixin Medicine Hall to take a look. Of course, the little servant girl was very happy. She hadn't seen her young master for more than 20 days. She still maintained a shocking rate of improvement. Spirit gathering formation, improved secret power pill, and pulse probing pill were unlimited. In just 20 days, she advanced from 8 meridians to 9 meridians. She was just a little bit away from becoming an expert who could release force. The secret power pill was sold every day. The pulse probing pill was still auctioned every 7 days. She had already earned a shocking amount of wealth. In another 5 days, the face-preserving pill would also be put on sale. Mo Guahao set a sky-high price, but he believed that the sales would reach a terrifying number. Unfortunately, production was a big problem. Because the pill recipe was far too important, Mo Guahao had only passed it on to his disciple, Zhong Yangbi, whom he valued the most. With just the two of them concocting the pill, even if they combined their efforts, they wouldn't be able to achieve even 1/10 of the efficiency. One had to know that Ling Han could refine several batches of pills at the same time with a 100% success rate. Ling Han didn't force it. Anyway, he didn't need to do anything. There was no need to be too calculative about it. The demon beast brought back by the 7th squad was brought to the city lord's mansion. This kind of demon beast that was good at mind control was almost unheard of. Moreover, it might have been raised by someone. Naturally, Feng Zisheng was alarmed. Ling Han also took out the blood-colored crystal and studied it carefully. He believed that this matter was very important. Somewhere. Sir, there was a small mistake. A man in black knelt on the ground. In front of him stood a man shrouded in blood-colored light. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his waist-length black hair could be seen. He had a terrifying aura that made people suffocate. The man shrouded in blood-colored light was tasting wine. Hearing this, he paused. What mistake? Test subject number 39 was killed. The man in black said, not daring to get up. No matter how many times he was in front of this sir, he would feel incomparable awe and fear from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't suppress it no matter what. Didn't you get the test subject back? The man shrouded in blood-colored light said indifferently. He didn't lose his composure at all. No, the 3 guardians were all killed in battle, and the experimental subjects were sent to Crouching Tiger City, the man in black said solemnly. Crouching Tiger City. The man shrouded in bloody light nodded. Indeed. The research base is not far from there. My lord, what if they discover something? The black-clothed man wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew clearly in his heart how shameful the things he had done were. Once they were exposed, no one could save him. Even he, the lord with an incomparably high status, could only be beheaded. Is that so? The man shrouded in the blood-red light pondered for a moment. Then let's release all the experimentals and trigger a beast tied to flatten Hidden Tiger City. Hiss, the man in black gasped. Activating a beast tied to flatten Crouching Tiger City was not something that could be done with just a few words. There were countless consequences involved. Sir, even though flattening Hidden Tiger City is not a difficult matter, if a large city is destroyed, His Majesty will definitely be furious, he said with a trembling voice. The current His Majesty was a virtuous person, and everyone respected him. What was even more frightening was his strength, which was peerless and invincible. Moreover, there were still the 4 marshals in the empire. Which one of them did not have the courage to be defeated by tens of thousands of people and the ability to conquer the world? Really, once this matter was investigated, it would be a matter that would cost everyone's head. It's fine. His Majesty is currently breaking through the boundary between heaven and man, so it's impossible for him to be distracted for the time being. In a few days, who can tell if this beast tide was formed naturally or if it was driven by someone? The man shrouded in bloody light smiled faintly, appearing extremely calm. He took another sip of wine and said, Crouching Tiger City took a piece of my blood divine crystal, so I'll make them return it 10-fold, 100-fold. It just so happens that my Tianyi Guiyuan art can also achieve initial success. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The black-clothed man shivered, not daring to speak. In order to cultivate, this lord did not hesitate to plunge the people into misery and suffering, causing rivers of blood to flow. His methods were too vicious. However, he did not even dare to show it. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Yes, I'll go prepare immediately. He could only agree respectfully. When can it be completed? The man shrouded in bloody light asked. 2 to 3 months, the black-clothed man replied. As soon as possible. Yes. Also, although it's only a piece of blood divine crystal, it can't be wasted. Go capture all the relevant personnel and force them to reveal the whereabouts of that piece of blood divine crystal. You must get it back. Yes. After 2 days, Ling Han figured out the function of this blood-colored crystal. When he used his mental power to guide it, the blood-colored crystal would also release spiritual power, synchronizing with his, thus increasing the strength of his spiritual power. This was equivalent to increasing his spiritual power by a level. He did not know if there were other uses, such as using it as medicine, or using it with some special technique to truly increase his spiritual power. There was too little information, so he could not speculate. Ling Han put away the blood-colored crystal first, thinking about this later. Another 3 days later, the aristocratic ladies and young mistresses of Crouching Tiger City ushered in an extremely important day. The face-retaining pill was on sale. As soon as the door opened, the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall was almost broken by these women. It should be known that women have always been in a weak position in cultivation, and there were pitifully few who could really set foot on martial art. Therefore, at least 90% of the people who gathered here early in the morning did not even reach 1 meridian. But the power they burst out was so terrifying. It could only be said that women had a fear of aging that surpassed death, which was why they burst out with such potential. The first batch of 60 face-retaining pills was sold out in less than 10 minutes. The price of a single pill was 100,000 Xianbei coins, and there was no bargaining, but the speed of sales was so terrifying. This made other pharmacies in the city very jealous, but what could they do? They could not figure out the improved version of the secret power pill, the pulse-exploring pill, and could not improve the face-retaining pill. They could only watch others make a lot of money. Taking advantage of his free time, Ling Han used 3 days to concoct more than 60 retaining youth pills. Compared to Mo Guahao and Zhong Yangbi, who only produced 60 pills in a month, it was truly a difference between heaven and earth. Of course, it was impossible for him to only take 30% of the pills he refined himself. Mo Guahao had also agreed with him that Ling Han would not charge a consignment fee for the pills he sold in the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall. However much he sold would be given to Ling Han. Therefore, these 60 face retaining pills were a super high income of 6 million. Making money is so easy. Ling Han sighed. If others knew about this, they would definitely want to kill him with tofu. Easy to make money, my ass. Just like the soldiers of the black-green flag, they risked their lives and only earned 3,000 xianbei coins a month. Who told Ling Han to be the alchemy emperor? If even he felt that it was difficult to make money, who else could make money? When the shares are sent over, I will immediately restart the tycoon formation. Sigh, in front of the tycoon formation, my little fortune is really not enough. Ling Han sighed again. Breaking the anti-theft chapter, please use the search engine to search for keywords, all kinds of novels for you to read. Chapter 3209. Mo Guahao was very efficient. He transferred the profits to Ling Han's account that night. Not only the face-retaining pill, but also the improved secret power pill and meridian exploring pill. Although he had only refined a small amount and only received a 30% dividend, it was actually quite a lot after a month. The total was almost 4 million, just enough for Ling Han to set up a nouveau riche array. He handed 60 face-retaining pills to Mo Guahao. This should be the current hard currency. It would be sold in the morning when it was put on the shelves tomorrow. Ling Han still had 5 hidden meridians that had not been opened and 1 hidden meridian had not been expanded to the extreme. In theory, he still needed 6 nouveau riche array. He wondered what Feng Zisheng would think if he saw such a rich method. Ling Han bought the materials and began to set up the nouveau riche array. Right, what was the real name of this array? Ling Han scratched his head. It was always called a nouveau riche array and nouveau riche array. He had forgotten the name of this array. Forget it, it didn't matter. He activated the array. Immediately, rolling power surged into his body. Under the tempering of the Monkey King's technique, it became extremely pure. There were many factors that determined the strength of a martial artist, such as the illuminating pulse realm. The width of one's meridians, the speed at which one's power flowed, as well as the purity of one's power would all affect the power of one's final strike. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to reach his strongest state, he would have to make every single aspect to the extreme. Therefore, 90% of the power that surged into his body was abandoned because it was not pure enough. I want to pursue invincibility, so I can't just be greedy for advancement. Otherwise, it will just be for show. After half a day, Ling Han stopped and revealed a look of satisfaction. The 3rd hidden meridian had been expanded to the extreme and could not be expanded any further. It was time to open the 4th hidden meridian. At the last moment, Ling Han also brought the little servant girl into the array. Because after he reached the extreme, the array should not have completely stopped, so he could not waste it. Ling Han's cultivation speed was already a miracle, and Summon Snow's advancement was also worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. In less than a year, she had started from 0 and reached the peak of 9 meridians. Who could compare? Moreover, the little maid's mental strength was also being developed. Ling Han planned to teach her alchemy and making array foundations after a while. He began to search for the 4th hidden vein. The reason why a hidden vein was called a hidden vein was because it was too difficult to discover. Not even 1 out of 10,000 people would be able to discover it. Even if a hidden vein was opened, it would be extremely difficult to continue to open it one after another. After a night, Ling Han did not make any progress. He had also wasted the time he had spent cultivating when the sun had just risen, because he could no longer make any progress. Lian Xuerong called him over. "I heard you've opened a hidden vein," said the woman. Ling Han nodded. After the blabbermouth, Tuoba Tianhuang, had exposed him in front of everyone, there was no way he could conceal it anymore. I forgot to tell you a few days ago. Fortunately, you haven't broken through to the blood transformation realm, so it's not too late. Lien Shuerong said, however, you're only a step away from the blood transformation realm now. I'll tell you the key points of breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Ling Han immediately became serious and straightened his back a little. He had been a little distracted earlier. The corner of Lien Shuerong's mouth twitched. She had an urge to beat up Ling Han. Although she never wanted others to focus on her beauty, being ignored like this by Ling Han made her very unhappy. The blood transformation realm, as the name suggests, is to change the blood in your body once. Every time you completely change it, you'll reach a complete minor realm, Lien Shuerong said. Don't think that it's easy. Changing blood is just the surface. What really changes is the level of life. This kind of change can be said to be earth-shattering. It requires a huge amount of life force. So trying to break through to the blood transformation realm without any preparations will only exhaust your own life force. Even if you succeed, it will consume a lot of internal energy. You'll look strong on the outside, but you'll be weak on the inside. You'll lose a lot of your lifespan. Ling Han nodded. Sun Xianfang was an excellent negative example. Because he didn't know what was after the meridian opening realm or what he should do, he had relied on his own trial and error to reach the blood transformation realm. However, the price was very high. He had used up over 20 years of his lifespan. Although he had made up for it later, a loss was still a loss. Then what do I need to prepare? Asked Ling Han. Treasured fruits that contain life force. Lien Shuerong said, medicinal pills won't work, because medicinal pills actually stimulate the life potential of the human body. If you take too much of it, it will be harmful. But treasured fruits are different. They are nurtured by heaven and earth without any side effects. In terms of quantity, the more the better. Lien Shuerong paused for a moment. Everyone needs different amounts of life force to break through to the blood transformation realm. Generally speaking, the stronger you are, the more life force you need. Ling Han sighed. Needless to say, he would definitely need a lot of treasured medicines. For example, when I broke through to the blood transformation realm, I only used one treasure fruit, said Lien Shuerong. According to my calculations, you'll need at least 3. Would 3 be enough? Ling Han decided to prepare 5 treasured fruits before breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Otherwise, he would have to squeeze out all his life force. You can search for the fruits that contain life force yourself, said Lien Shuerong. She waved her hand, indicating that Ling Han could leave. Ling Han wanted to leave, but he paused and asked, Flag Master, are there any clues on that demonic beast's body? There are some clues. I'm still investigating. Lien Shuerong nodded. Good. Ling Han turned to leave. If he found out who was behind the demonic beast, he definitely wouldn't be polite. Returning to his residence, Ling Han used his optical computer to search for treasured fruits that contained life force. There were a lot of them, but with the condition of breaking through to the blood transformation realm, there were only a few. White mist fruit, tiger wolf fruit, phoenix king jade fruit, daffodil lotus seed, blood vine root. Not only fruits, but also roots. Other than that, ginseng, which was a great tonic, naturally had miraculous effects. However, the age requirement was higher. 500 years was fine, but 1,000 years was even better. What kind of joke was this? Before the world changed, wild ginseng was basically nowhere to be seen. Now, at most, 120 years had passed. Where would there be ginseng that was 500 years old? Of course, it wasn't impossible. After the world changed, some regions emerged from the ground. If there were ginseng growing there, it wouldn't just be 500 or 1,000 years old. It might even be 2,000 or 3,000 years old. There's a price but no supply. Ling Han quickly shook his head. These treasured fruits all grew in extremely dangerous places. Just like the Wonder Cloud fruit, it was extremely difficult to obtain them. But, even if there's no price, it's worth it. Ling Han decided that after he earned enough money, he would set off to find treasured fruits. He believed that with his luck attribute, the chances of finding treasured fruits shouldn't be low. Then let's hurry up and concoct pills. Ling Han entered a frenzied state and concocted pills with all his might. 5 days later, Ling Han calculated that if he sold all these face-halting pills, he would be able to set up the tycoon formation 5 times. Alright, I won't concoct anymore. Chapter 32:10. Apart from concocting pills, Ling Han did not forget to search for the 4th hidden meridian. He even split his attention between concocting pills and checking the meridian at the same time. It could not be helped, the alchemy emperor could be so capricious. Hard work paid off. 10 days later, Ling Han successfully found the 4th hidden meridian. After opening it in the morning, he used the tyrant array to widen it to the extreme. My strength now is about 300,000 kilograms. If all 8 hidden meridians are opened, my strength will probably reach 500,000 or even 600,000 kilograms. If that's the case, I won't have to fear even if the blood chi of the first blood transformation is to boil. However, 200,000 kilograms is only the starting point of the first blood transformation. If I cultivate it to the extreme, I might have 400,000 kilograms of strength. Even if I double that, it will still be 800,000 kilograms, which is still beyond my limit. After all, there is still a huge gap between us. The only shortcoming now is that I don't have a spatial container. Ling Han sighed. He already had 120,000 jade seeds in his hands, which were packed into a gigantic sack. Though the quantity was not a problem, carrying this thing on his back and walking around always gave him a strong feeling of discomfort. However, I have to act soon, or I will unknowingly reach the peak of the blood transformation realm. Ling Han applied for leave from Lian Xuerong. He wanted to go to the 1,000 Lotus Mountain again. The 1,000 Lotus Mountain was a holy land for gathering herbs. However, ordinary people could only go to a limited number of peaks. Most of the peaks were suppressed by formations, so it was impossible to go up. Ling Han had the confidence to go because he already had quite a high level of attainment in formations. Moreover, he also had that purple pendant. Li Zhongdan, thank you so much. Lian Xuerong readily approved Ling Han's application. In her eyes, Ling Han was not an ordinary person. How could a small Xianqing banner accommodate such a great Buddha? However, before Ling Han started to act, he received a piece of news. Tang Hai had disappeared. He was not Ling Han, who stayed in the army all year round. Now that he had suddenly disappeared, it naturally caused a huge uproar. He chose to be a deserter and ran away. That was impossible. It was an honor to be able to enter one of the 4 banners. Furthermore, the treatment was extremely good. Besides, if they really didn't want to do it anymore, the 4 great banners would also be allowed to retire. They would have to bear the infamy and sacrifice their future benefits as shameful deserters. Could it be that she was kidnapped? Tang Hai was of the 12th lineage. To kidnap him from the camp without anyone noticing, what kind of strength did this require? The blood transformation realm. That was at least the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th transformation. That was because there was a 3rd transformation expert in the camp. Was this scoundrel not afraid of running into Lian Xuerong? Ling Han muttered to himself. Could this be related to the power behind that demonic beast? Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. However, this force was really bold. They actually dared to sneak into the black-green flag and openly abduct people. 2 days later, Tang Hai reappeared. He was found in the river. He was already a corpse. When Tang Hai was alive, he must have been severely tortured, because his body was covered with wounds. His 10 fingers were broken one by one, his left leg was broken at the ankle, and his entire right leg was gone. Only his face was not damaged, but both of his ears were cut off. This kind of tragic scene was unbearable to look at. When Tang Hai's corpse was brought back to the camp, not only were the members of the 7th Squad infuriated, but the entire camp went berserk. Who could be so deranged? When the news spread, the warriors of the Yellow Earth Flag, Heavenly Fire Flag, and Ink Cloud Flag were also filled with righteous indignation. Although they were always competing, it didn't change the fact that they were comrades. If Tang Hai had died on the battlefield, they would have nothing to say. But Tang Hai had clearly been tortured to death. Who wouldn't be angry? The warriors of the 4 banners were all incomparably agitated. All of them were restless, wishing that the murderer would immediately appear in front of them so that they could use the cruelest method to kill him. The entire city was under martial law. But the problem was that to be able to kidnap someone so easily, it had to be a blood transformation expert. If he really wanted to hide, how could meridian opening experts possibly find him? And how many blood transformation and ultimate bone experts were there in the city? In the eyes of blood transformation experts, this kind of martial law was practically useless. An intense desire for power arose in Ling Han. If he was still a celestial exalt, then as long as he spread out his divine sense, he would definitely be able to find the murderer. But now, he shook his head. He had to go to the Thousand Lotus Mountain to find a treasure fruit in preparation for breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Ling Han quietly set off. He didn't know if anyone was watching him, but it was always good to be a bit more careful. He bought a car. After so many days, he had also learned how to drive. With his talent, this was naturally a piece of cake. With a car, he could put the things he needed in the car. He didn't need to carry them on his back. It was as if he had just committed a huge crime. At the start, he was a bit nervous and excited, but after driving for over 50 miles, he calmed down. The road was very bumpy and uneven. Because of the frequent earthquakes, it was impossible to repair roads. It was already not bad that he could drive. However, because Ling Han was a newbie, he had only driven for 5 days before the car collapsed due to the intense wear and tear. He had just learned how to drive, so how could he repair a car? He could only push the car to the side of the road, put his belongings on his back, and continue on his way. However, after traveling for a day, Ling Han stopped and found a secluded place to set up a formation of tycoons. He sensed the 5th hidden meridian. Half a day later, this meridian had been opened to the extreme. Very good, there were still 3 left. Ling Han continued on his way. Another 5 days later, he returned to the Thousand Lotus Mountain. According to the information, there is a Phoenix King tree on the Embracing Peak. It already bore fruit more than 10 years ago. One tree can bear 7 to 8 fruits. Based on the tree's age, this tree will bear fruit every year for at least the next 100 years. If I can pick all of them, not only will I be able to break through to the blood transformation realm, I will also be able to obtain the treasure fruit for breaking through to the 2nd transformation realm. Yes, but I don't know if the treasure fruit can be stored for too long. The road in the mountain was not easy to walk. 3 days later, Ling Han arrived at the bottom of the Embracing Peak. There is a formation suppression here. The closer we get to the peak, the stronger the suppression. It is said that this Phoenix King tree was discovered by a formation master. However, he could only see it from afar and was unable to get close. Ling Han was a little curious. Why were there formations on these mountains? Did the people of the previous civilization have nothing better to do? Also, how did this civilization suddenly disappear without a trace? I didn't interact much with Monkey King before. Now that I have cultivated my mental power, I think about it. Monkey King's strength is simply unfathomable. Hey, could Monkey King being suppressed have something to do with the previous civilization? Otherwise, in a small place like the ancient Tao sect, what kind of existence could suppress Monkey King? Chapter 32:12. Ling Han walked quickly, and as he walked, he continued to inscribe formation patterns on the magnetic stones. I threw it. He threw out another magnetic stone. Under the influence of the array formation, the magnetic stone floated again, opening a safe passage that could only be reached in half a minute. Go, go, go. He hurriedly strode forward. Behind him, the power of the first magnetic stone had been worn out. With a bang, it could no longer disrupt the array formation and exploded into pieces. Ling Han was still throwing magnetic stones, but this time, he miscalculated, or rather, the power of the array formation was too great. Bang, a huge force struck, causing Ling Han's chest to boil, and he almost fell to the side. He hurriedly stabilized his body. If he fell out of the path opened by the magnetic stones, he would be easily crushed by the array formation. Fortunately, he succeeded. He did not dare to stay. He had to continue creating the magnetic stone barrier immediately to interfere with the array formation. Otherwise, when the previous suppression wore off, he would be finished. Therefore, cracking the array formation was an extremely dangerous thing. The moment the second magnetic stone exploded, Ling Han threw out a third magnetic stone in time, once again stabilizing the array formation. As one magnetic stone after another was thrown out, Ling Han walked further and further away, getting closer and closer to the fruit tree. 10 minutes later, Ling Han finally walked the short distance of 300 feet. He felt a chill on his back, and he was covered in cold sweat. This journey was really too dangerous, and he was almost consigned to eternal damnation. It was good that he was here. He rested for a while and planned to pick the fruit before returning. However, before he could stand up, a powerful pressure attacked him, causing his chest to suffocate. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Ling Han was startled. He seemed to have heard a voice telling him that he couldn't pluck the fruit yet, because it hadn't fully ripened yet. This voice was very indistinct and very weak, causing him to doubt whether there was something wrong with his ears. The pressure disappeared. However, when Ling Han once again had the thought of plucking the fruit, this pressure came again. Ling Han couldn't help but have a strange expression. No wonder, this pressure came from the Phoenix King tree. It was also this old tree that had spoken to him earlier. This tree was really old. Although it wasn't tall, one could tell that it had been around for hundreds of years. Did it become a spirit? Since that was the case, he would wait for a few days. In any case, there was no array formation under the big tree. As long as he didn't walk out of this area, he would be very safe. Cultivation. Ling Han went to explore the sixth hidden vein. He had been working hard for the past few days, but as the number of hidden veins opened increased, even a monster like him could not complete the breakthrough in 2 or 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ling Han still hadn't been able to capture the sixth hidden vein, but he wasn't anxious. This wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single move in the first place. Moreover, as a former ultimate elite, he clearly knew that once his heart was in chaos, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Another 3 days passed. When the sun rose, Ling Han's body trembled slightly. There was an opening in his sixth hidden meridian. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening an opening in the meridian, the following things were simple. Half an hour later, the sixth hidden meridian was completely opened. He still couldn't pick the fruit. Then he set up the array. Ling Han set up the nouveau riche array. This area was very small. After activating the array, he continued to cultivate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His cultivation increased rapidly. Half a day later, Ling Han's sixth hidden meridian had expanded to its limit. He continued to explore the seventh hidden meridian. It seemed like it had to be like this. If he couldn't pick the fruit, what could he do? Wait. When the fruit ripened, would there be anyone to remind him? Ling Han immediately thought of picking the fruit again. This time, there was no more pressure. That's enough. He climbed up the tree, and very smoothly picked a bright red fruit, then another, and another, until all 5 red fruits were in his pocket. Where are the small green fruits? Bam! As soon as this thought appeared, he was shaken off the tree trunk. Should he wait for these green fruits to ripen? Ling Han thought about it and shook his head. These few days, he had seen the growth of the small green fruits. According to his calculations, it would take at least half a year for these small green fruits to ripen. It was too long. Let's go. At most, he would come back in half a year. After all, these fruits could be hung on the branches for a long time. If there were 5, it should be enough for him to advance to the first blood-changing realm without harming his body. Return. He still used the magnet to open the way. Because he had already done it once, it was, of course, easy. Ling Han arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before he had completely walked out of the array, he saw a man sitting cross-legged on a rock in front of him. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there. It was as if he had become one with the rock. Expert. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. There seemed to be an ancient giant beast hidden in this person's body. The pressure it gave him was even more terrifying than Lien Xuerong's. A 4th transformation, or even a 5th transformation existence. Ling Han stopped in his tracks. The place where he and the man were standing was the area affected by the second array base that he had turned off. Because it was turned off, this place naturally became safe. He couldn't help but have a strange expression. If he suddenly turned on the array base, would the man be instantly killed? It was really possible. You finally appeared. The man stretched. You really made me wait. Oh, then I'm really sorry. Ling Han nodded and smiled. Your Excellency, why are you looking for me? In your hands, there should be something that doesn't belong to you. Now, return it to me. The man said. He crossed his legs, looking indifferent. Indeed, he was just a mere 12 meridians cultivator. So what if he had opened his hidden meridians? He was a 5th blood-changing realm cultivator. Even a 3rd transformation could be instantly killed. Oh, is it this thing? Ling Han took out the blood-colored crystal. Not bad. The man revealed a smile, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Now, throw it over. He wagged his finger. Don't even think about escaping. You need at least 3 seconds to carve the magnet. This amount of time is enough for me to kill you several times over. He thought that Ling Han had used the magnet here. Ling Han readily agreed. Alright, I won't run. That's more like it. The man nodded. Seeing that you've been so cooperative, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't spare my life? Ling Han revealed a smile. This kid's reaction was a little strange. But so what? The man grinned. You know too much. How can I let you live? Moreover, even if you return to Hidden Tiger City, you'll only live for a few more days. You'll still die. What did the last sentence mean? Ling Han shook his head. If you insist on killing me, then I'm sorry, I won't surrender. Is that up to you? The man stood up and took a step forward. But at this moment, bang, a terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across, striking towards him. Fuck, what was going on? Chapter 32:13. The man hurriedly dodged, but as soon as he stepped down, boom, another wave of raging flames came at him. The power was still extremely terrifying. He had no choice but to press his palm against it. Bam! The power of the raging flames was very strong. Under the collision, he couldn't help but stagger and fall to the side. In other places, it would be normal for one's body to be shaken to the point of slanting from the impact, and there would be no harm. But here, bam bam bam. For a moment, the ice was like a sword, the thunder and lightning intertwined, the raging flames surged, and the golden light shone. It was as if all the strange phenomena in the natural world were concentrated in such a small area. The man was very injured. He screamed as he resisted, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Finally, he set foot in a safe place, but he didn't dare to move at all. He was gasping for breath. In just a dozen or so seconds, half of his hair had been burned off, his left ear was frozen, and the clothes on his right arm were tattered and bloody wounds could be seen. There was even a hole in his abdomen that was almost pierced through. The man's face was full of disbelief. He took a step, and under the chain reaction, he was seriously injured and almost died. What was going on? Ling Han smiled and said, "It seems that it won't be so easy for you to kill me." He had just activated the underground array base with his psychic power. It was said that this was the advantage of psychic power. It couldn't be seen, couldn't be heard, and could only be resisted by the same kind of psychic power. Therefore, the man didn't realize that the array in the area he was in had been reactivated by Ling Han. But very coincidentally, the place where he was standing just now happened to be a safe area, so the array didn't activate. But then he moved, heh. Huff, huff. The man panted heavily as he stared at Ling Han. There was an indescribable shock on his face. Why did the formation here suddenly activate? Ling Han spread his hands. I think I accidentally touched some trigger switch. Accidentally? What the hell? The man originally thought that the array in this area couldn't take effect because it was too old and damaged too much. But now that he thought about it, it should be that Ling Han had already turned off the array and dug a trap for him. Hiss, did this kid know that I was tracking him? What a shrewd person. He had wronged Ling Han, because Ling Han's original intention was to make it more convenient for him to go down the mountain. The man looked left and right, but in a situation where the array formation was not triggered, everything was no different from the normal environment. How could he tell? I really underestimated you, the man said coldly. Ling Han stopped smiling. Tell me, who sent you here? Huh, are you interrogating me? Laughed the man, his face filled with ridicule. So what if you've opened your hidden meridian? In front of the power of my fifth transformation, you're nothing more than trash. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. Ling Han nodded. Honestly speaking, he was no match for a 5 changes master. The gap between them was too great. But now that you're trapped in the formation, how much combat power can you display? The man was speechless. Right now, he was completely trapped and didn't dare to move at all. Even if he had a powerful battle strength, would he be able to use it? Right now, the initiative was in Ling Han's hands. Fine, I won't kill you for now. How about you close the formation? Asked the man. Ling Han laughed. First, show me your sincerity. What kind of sincerity? For example, what's your name? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't that a bit rude? Laughed Ling Han. That's true, it's very rude. The man nodded. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he had no choice but to smile. I'm Cha Deyuan. Oh, Brother Cha. Ling Han cupped his fists and bowed. Brother Cha Deyuan really wanted to slap Ling Han's face. Did you know that the difference of an entire realm was an absolute suppression? You had to maintain absolute respect and call him Lord or Senior. Brother Cha, fuck. But not only did Cha Deyuan not explode with rage, he even smiled. Now, you can show me your sincerity. Ling Han smiled faintly and continued, you were the one who kidnapped Tang Hai, weren't you? If a fifth transformation realm expert barged into the black-green flag, he could, of course, avoid Lien Xuerong and capture Tang Hai without anyone noticing. Cha Deyuan fell silent. After a while, he said, that's right, I kidnapped him. Why did you do that? Asked Ling Han. You already know the answer. Of course it's because of that blood divine crystal in your hand. Oh. Ling Han tossed the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Then who sent you? What makes you think I'm working for someone else? Asked Cha Deyuan. Ling Han shook his head. To be able to raise such a beast and have 3 12 Meridian cultivators guard it, and those 3 12 Meridian cultivators are much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. That's not something a fifth transformation like you can do. So you're just a pawn working for someone else. Cha Deyuan's face turned green from the provocation of the word pawn, but Ling Han was not wrong. He was indeed only a pawn, and he was even a pawn of a pawn. He did not know who his biggest backer was. Young man, some things are too dangerous for you. The more you know, the faster you'll die, said Cha Deyuan with a disdainful expression. His understanding of the organization he worked so hard for was only the tip of the iceberg, but that little bit was enough for him to know that it was a colossus. Ling Han observed Cha Deyuan's expression and suddenly said, I'm afraid you don't know who your real boss is either, do you? This, Cha Deyuan's expression immediately changed. Who says I don't know? I just don't want to tell you. He was a person who cared a lot about his face. Wasn't it incomparably embarrassing for a fifth transformation expert to not even know who his boss was? Since this guy didn't know, then there was no need to waste time. What did you say would happen to Hidden Tiger City? Ling Han changed the topic. Cha Deyuan wasn't willing to let it go just like that. He emphasized, of course I know who my boss is, but I definitely won't tell you. This could be considered a knot in his heart. In fact, he had always wanted to know who he was working for. Now that he was provoked by Ling Han, he finally let it out. Ling Han chuckled. All right, all right, all right. I believe you. Be a good boy and stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Cha Deyuan snorted. I've already shown enough sincerity. What about you? Ling Han laughed. You didn't say anything that should have been said. You really know how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. Humph, then don't even think about knowing anything, said Cha Deyuan coldly. Chapter 32:14. Fine, since you're so stubborn, I'll respect you as a man. Ling Han nodded. Hurry up and close the formation, shouted Cha Deyuan. Ling Han's gaze was sharp. Since you admit to killing Tang Hai, you still want me to let you live? You're just 12 meridians. Cha Deyuan's face was full of disdain. So what if I killed him? Do you want me to pay with my life? A life for a life. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Cha Deyuan sneered, Junior, the only reason I'm tolerating you is because I don't want to pay too great a price. Do you really think this formation can trap me? Your legs are on your body, and they're not tied up. If you want to leave, go ahead. Ling Han waved his hand. Cha Deyuan clenched his teeth. If he could leave, he would have done so long ago. Why would he need to be blackmailed by Ling Han? Turning his tone gentle, he said, Junior, we can both take a step back. As long as you give me the blood god crystal and hide your name, I'll treat you as a dead person and never cause trouble for you again. How about it? No. Ling Han shook his head. Junior, don't think you're at a disadvantage. Our organization is far stronger than you can imagine. Even if I die, there will still be people coming to deal with you. You might be able to block them with your luck this time, but what about in the future? Cha Deyuan persuaded. He found his injuries were far more serious than he had expected. He couldn't drag this out any longer, or just the blood loss would kill him. Even if you can block someone at the blood transformation realm, so what if they're at the peak bone realm? As a captive, I have to admit you're quite eloquent, laughed Ling Han. Captive? Which eye of yours sees me as a captive? Junior, don't walk further and further down the wrong path, threatened Cha Deyuan. He had lost his patience. His injuries were growing more and more serious, and he felt like everything in front of him was shaking. No, he had to receive treatment. But in order to make it easier to travel, he had hidden his luggage in a cave at the foot of the mountain. It was at least half an hour's journey from here. Who would have thought that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a meridian opening expert? I thought I caught a big fish, but it turned out to be just a small shrimp. Ling Han shook his head. Junior. Cha Deyuan roared. He really couldn't hold on any longer. How is this feeling of helplessness? Asked Ling Han. When you tortured Tang Hai back then, Tang Hai probably felt the same way. Now, you can taste it for yourself. Cha Deyuan glared at Ling Han. In his eyes, 12 meridians were no different from ants, but now Ling Han had actually compared him to Tang Hai, causing him to be extremely unhappy. Junior, I'm going to kill you, he said harshly. If Ling Han still didn't let him leave, he would kill Ling Han to accompany him in death even if he had to die. Wrong, I killed you. Ling Han strode forward. The route he took was very strange, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left. This was the safe way out of the formation. Cha Deyuan was surprised and delighted. This kid actually walked out. Huh, are you here to die? Cha Deyuan sneered. This kid must have thought that he was heavily injured and his strength had fallen, so he wanted to personally kill him. First, that would be the best way to get revenge, and second, to kill someone at the 5 changes of blood transformation as a meridian opening expert. What kind of accomplishment would that be? Although he was heavily injured, his battle strength was still at the 1st or 2nd changes of blood transformation. It was more than enough to kill a 12 meridians cultivator. He waited quietly. As soon as Ling Han walked into his attack range, he would immediately attack. 1, 2, 3, kill. He suddenly slapped out with his claw. Bang, the power superimposed, turning into a claw that could be seen with the naked eye. It made a sonic boom as it clawed at Ling Han. Die. Pang, this punch was similarly layered with heavy power, and transformed into an iron fist that could be seen with the naked eye, which blasted towards Cha Deyuan. The power of the fist and claw collided, causing a deafening sound. It also caused a backlash from the formation. Thunder, sparks, and ice energy flew everywhere. Luckily, the two of them were now in a safe area. As long as they didn't leave their position, the formation's attack wouldn't hit them. Cha Deyuan immediately revealed a shocked expression. In this exchange, he actually hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Hiss, could it be that his injuries were so severe that he couldn't even beat a meridian opening expert? Ling Han smiled. After reaching the peak of 18 meridians, his strength was about 250,000 pounds. Most likely, a peak first transformation expert would only have this much strength. How about it, he said. Cha Deyuan gritted his teeth. He had done a lot of research on Ling Han and knew that he had opened several hidden meridians. His strength was far stronger than ordinary meridian opening experts. But how much stronger was the strength that Ling Han had displayed compared to the information he had gathered? In less than a month, could it be that this kid had opened a few more hidden meridians? Damn, that was too exaggerated. Ling Han's sudden attack was already a sure win. Brat, you're going too far. Cha Deyuan roared furiously, incomparably sullen. just how powerful was his true strength? He could have slapped Ling Han to death with a wave of his hand. But now he was being bullied like a noob. How could he not be infuriated? Die! 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 He roared and unleashed a martial technique. His battle prowess instantly skyrocketed. However, he was already heavily injured, and now that he used his full strength, his wounds became even more severe. Fresh blood seemed to be squeezed out of his wounds, spraying out in all directions. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han used the demon monkey fist. 15 layers of power stacked on top of each other as he attacked Cha Deyuan. Bang, bang, bang. Their forces collided and blocked each other. But Cha Deyuan's power was only stacked up to 9 layers. After using up all 9 layers, Ling Han's 6 layers of power came crashing over. How was he supposed to block them? Each layer of power had reached 200,000 pounds. Under the attack of 6 layers of power, he was directly blown apart. A mighty 5 transformation expert had died in an incomparably useless manner. Ling Han stopped and murmured, "Captain, you've already taken half of your revenge. I still haven't found the culprit behind this. When I become even stronger in the future, I definitely won't let that person get away scot-free." He went to check Cha Deyuan's corpse. He didn't know if he had any sort of command medallion or something like that on him. He might be able to find some clues about the power behind him. He was shocked, not because he had found some clues, but because Cha Deyuan's bones had actually been shattered. This was caused by my fist force. Ling Han was shocked. He knew that his current strength had greatly increased. 15 layers of power stacked together was definitely incomparably powerful. But could it really shatter the bones of a 5 transformation expert? This was caused by the final blow. At the point of impact, the bones turned into powder and then spread outwards. The degree of shattering became lighter and lighter. Until here, it was about a foot in radius. Shattered? That's a little inconceivable. Thinking back carefully, that state does seem somewhat different. Chapter 32:16. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. There's no rush to get married. Let me put down my luggage first. I'm sorry, young master. Huan Shui hurriedly got up and wiped her eyes, looking very wronged. What's wrong? Ling Han asked. Sob sob sob, someone wants to marry Huan Shui as a concubine, but Huan Shui doesn't want to. The little maid cried again. A cold light flashed in Ling Han's eyes. Who is it? I think he's called Wuxia. The little maid racked her brains. Ling Han was speechless. Someone wants to marry you as a concubine, and you don't even remember the other party's name? Forget it, I'll go ask Mo Guahao. He found Mo Guahao to understand the situation. Mo Guahao was very clear about this, and told Ling Han about the entire sequence of events. Some time ago, Huan Shui successfully cultivated elementary mental power, which was accidentally discovered by Mo Guahao. Then, Mo Guahao was very excited and took the initiative to teach Huan Shui how to refine pills. There were too few people who had mental power, let alone to cultivate it to elementary level. Therefore, Mo Guahao naturally felt like he had obtained a treasure. But for some reason, Hu Xiao of the Hu family, one of the 6 great clans, came here and even met Huan Shui. Not Hu Qiu, but Hu Xiao. An 18 or 19-year-old with 9 meridians, who cultivated elementary mental power, was a future alchemist, and was actually very beautiful. Hu Xiao couldn't take his eyes off such a woman after seeing her. Marrying her back to the family would definitely be a big profit. Therefore, he didn't care that he already had 7 concubines, and immediately stated that he wanted to take Huan Shui as his 8th concubine. If this wasn't the Merciful Heart Medicine Hall, Hu Xiao would have already sent people to snatch Huan Shui back. But this wasn't a solution. She couldn't stay in the Merciful Heart Medicine Hall for the rest of her life. Huh, how lawless, Ling Han said coldly. The Hu family was only a blood transformation realm force, and they actually dared to marry. He wanted to see if Hu Shao really dared to kidnap someone. Thank you. Ling Han nodded. Mo Guahao had kept his promise and had been taking care of the little handmaiden on his behalf. Mo Guahao also nodded. To him, this was just a small matter. It was a small favor that didn't cost him anything. Naturally, he didn't mind doing Ling Han a favor. I want to learn some more pill recipes, Ling Han said. Mo Guahao's eyes lit up. Ling Han had learned the meridian probing pill and the secret energy pill, and in the end, he was able to come up with an improved version very quickly. Now that he was learning something new, wouldn't he be able to advance his alchemy level by a large margin? Little friend, feel free to choose. Mo Guahao took out his optical computer and showed Ling Han the pill recipes he had collected. Ling Han had seen them before, but he hadn't looked at the blood transformation realm. At that time, he hadn't needed them. But now, meridian opening realm medicinal pills had no effect on him. He scanned through and found that there were only 3 types of blood transformation realm medicinal pills. They were the energy recovery pill, that could recover mystic energy, the 100 transformations pill, that could cure poison, and the berserker pill, that could boil one's blood qi. The energy recovery pill's use was the most common. There was a limit to one's strength. If one fought to exhaustion, then no matter how high one's realm or strength was, it would all be useless. This energy recovery pill could replenish mystic energy, and was very practical in battle. The 100 transformations pill's name was exaggerated. In reality, it could only cure about 37 types of poison. The berserker pill could only be used as a last resort. This was because it could boil one's blood qi a second time, but the consequences were very serious. There was a possibility of injury, disability, and even death. So unless they were in a desperate situation, no blood transformation realm cultivator would eat it. Ling Han thought about it and memorized the 3 pill recipes. To an alchemy emperor, this was a small matter. Are there no pills like the secret energy pill and the meridian probing pill that can speed up cultivation and increase the success rate of advancement? Ling Han asked. Mo Guahao shook his head. Although I know the pill recipes and can also refine them, the Alchemist Guild has strict rules. I definitely can't leak the pill recipes to outsiders, or both you and I will suffer. In other words, if I want to obtain pill recipes, I can only join the Alchemist Guild, asked Ling Han. Yes. Mo Guahao nodded. Ling Han thought about it and said, all right, then let's go to the Alchemist Guild to take a look. He didn't mind going there and taking in a large group of subordinates. There's no time like the present. Mo Guahao looked at Ling Han. All right. The two of them left. With Mo Guahao's status and identity, he naturally had his own car and chauffeur. The two of them quickly arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Mo Guahao was a mid-rank alchemist, so when he brought Ling Han in, no one dared to stop them. Instead, they had to respectfully greet them. Make the arrangements. This young friend is going to be certified as an alchemist, said Mo Guahao. Yes. 3 low-rank alchemists quickly arrived. Greetings, Lord Mo. The 3 low-rank alchemists bowed respectfully to Mo Guahao. Mo Guahao was a mid-rank alchemist, and he had recently made outstanding contributions to the alchemy Dao, so he naturally earned their respect. Name. One of the low-rank alchemists asked Ling Han. Ling Han said casually. It can't be that Ling Han, right? The second low-rank alchemist exclaimed. The Ling Han who defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. Originally, alchemists wouldn't care about the matters of martial art, but Tuoba Tianhuang was really too famous. Not only was he famous in the martial art world, he was also quite popular in the alchemy and array Dao worlds. Basking in Tuoba Tianhuang's glory, Ling Han's name also began to spread in the alchemy and array Dao worlds. "It's him. I've seen his photo before," the third low-rank alchemist said. The three of them were all shocked. They didn't expect that the number one person in the martial art world would actually come to be certified as an alchemist. "What alchemical pill do you want to refine?" the first alchemist asked. "Pulse-probing pill." Ling Han was very casual. "Then, prepare the materials, and we'll begin." To be certified as a low-rank alchemist, one would need to prepare their own materials. Only after becoming a low-rank alchemist could the Alchemy Master Association provide the materials for certification as a mid-rank alchemist and high-rank alchemist. Otherwise, if they had to provide a set of materials for each person who came to be certified as a low-rank alchemist, even the wealthy Alchemy Master Association wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. Ling Han set up the array and began to refine pills. After throwing down a set of materials, he thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well refine a few more cauldrons. In any case, the pills he refined would be his, so he could just treat it as earning some extra income. Thus, he threw another set of materials into the array. Pooh! The three low-rank alchemists choked at the same time. What kind of situation was this? He didn't even know how many materials were needed to refine a cauldron of pills, and he still wanted to be certified as an alchemist. What kind of joke was this? However, this was just the beginning. Ling Han threw another set of materials into the array, and then another set. A total of 4 sets. Even Mo Guahao began to wipe off his cold sweat. He naturally believed in Ling Han's alchemy abilities, but he still couldn't play around like this, right? Sigh, he could only try again in a few days. Why hadn't the cauldron exploded yet? Mo Guahao was shocked. Based on Ling Han's nonsense, the 4 sets of materials should have immediately turned into ashes. Why was he still in the state of refinement now? Chapter 32:17. A good story. Not only Mo Guahao, but the other 3 primary alchemists also gaped in shock. Fuck, what did they just see? One person refining 4 cauldrons of pills at the same time? How the hell did you control it? 4 tasks at once? Fuck. They really couldn't believe what they saw, and felt that there must be something wrong with their eyes. Otherwise, their outlook on life and the world would be destroyed. However, the scene before them continuously reminded them that this was incomparably real. Just like that, the 4 of them stared blankly for a whole 2 hours, and finally saw Ling Han successfully refine 4 cauldrons of pulse-probing pills, a total of 17 pills. Only now did Mo Guahao understand why Ling Han was able to provide so many alchemical pills in such a short period of time. It was not that Ling Han had reached a 100% success rate, nor was it because he was continuously concocting alchemical pills day and night. Rather, it was because this guy could concoct 4 furnaces in one go. Any alchemist who saw this would kneel down and sing, "Conquered." Refining 4 cauldrons at once, and every cauldron was successful. Moreover, the lowest was 4 pills. If it's pulse-probing pills, he can only refine 3 to 5 pills at once. This monster, yes, monster, the 3 primary alchemists all nodded in agreement with the word monster. Since the materials were correct, and the cauldrons didn't explode, then the pills refined were definitely pulse-probing pills. The only problem was the quality of the pills. From the results, that meant that Ling Han had successfully passed the test, and he was already a primary alchemist. My horizons have been broadened today. If this was told to others, who would believe it? The 3 of them looked at each other, and could see the negative answer in each other's eyes. If someone told them that someone could refine 4 cauldrons of pills at once and succeed in all of them, they would definitely think that person was crazy. Do you need to check? Ling Han asked, smiling. No need. The three primary alchemists all shook their heads. Alright, then I want to continue to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist. Ling Han said. He wanted to obtain middle-rank pill recipes from the Alchemist Association, so he naturally had to become a middle-rank alchemist first. Previously, he had seen Mo Guahao's 3 middle-rank pill recipes, and was already very confident. Ah! Mo Guahao exclaimed. He was very clear that Ling Han had just obtained a middle-rank pill recipe. Are you trying to defy the heavens? The 3 low-rank alchemists were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. Someone had just been certified as a low-rank alchemist, and was immediately going to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist. However, the certification of an alchemist's level was everyone's freedom, and they could not interfere. Hold on. They were unable to host this kind of certification, so they hurriedly went to invite other mid-level alchemists. In Hidden Tiger City, there were only a total of 9 middle-rank alchemists. As for Mo Guahao, because he was Ling Han's introducer, he could not be a member of the certification staff. Thus, he needed to find 3 other middle-rank alchemists. Ling Han was relatively lucky. Because the middle-rank alchemists were extremely busy, they spent all day researching pill formulas. Normally, there would only be 1 or 2 of them standing guard here, but today, there were actually 4 of them. Hearing that someone was going to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist, the entire alchemist society was in an uproar, and they all rushed over to watch. Ling Han chose to refine the 100 transformation pill. Soon, the materials he needed were sent over, as well as the corresponding array foundation. Really? He just passed the low-rank alchemy master certification, and he's already aiming for the middle-rank alchemy master certification? Does this guy think he can come and go as he pleases? Although we can conduct certification at any time, we only have 1 chance to use the materials for free every year. If you want to be certified at other times, you have to prepare your own materials. He wasted a chance just like that. Sigh, I can only say that he's too young. The surrounding crowd was all discussing in low voices, so as not to affect Ling Han. Ling Han set up the array and then used his mental power to guide it. Instantly, the array began to operate. This kind of array used the jade seed as its energy source, so it did not need to borrow the power of heaven and earth. However, the consumption of the jade seed was also very high. Ling Han did not waste any time and immediately began to refine the pill. Middle-rank alchemy pill. A piece of cake. Although it was his first time refining, it was very easy and leisurely. This was really too simple. Then, he nimbly controlled the array, changing the intensity of the energy. The timing of the materials was also just right. It was as if refining the pill was just building blocks, extremely simple. Time passed very quickly, and 2 hours were almost over. The furnace had not exploded yet. No matter what the crowd's previous feelings were, there was only shock now. There was going to be another middle-grade alchemist, and this person was not even a low-grade alchemist 2 hours ago. Moreover, this guy was the number 1 in martial art among the younger generation, and he was not even 20. Heavens, was there really such a genius in the world? The young people were jealous and envious, but the old alchemists were all deeply moved. How much time did they spend to become low and middle-grade alchemists? There was no way to compare. 2 hours passed, and 3 pills were seen floating in the center of the array. Success. Without needing to test the pills, everyone could be sure that they were 100 transformations pills. Hidden Tiger City's 10th middle-grade alchemist, Ling Han. Congratulations, Brother Ling. Mo Guahao was the first to speak. He also changed the way he addressed Ling Han in time. When alchemists talked, they only talked about rank, not age. In reality, this was also applicable in the fields of martial art and array Dao. As the saying went, age did not matter in learning, only the capable could be the teacher. Congratulations, Brother Ling. The other 3 middle-grade alchemists also cupped their fists. Congratulations, Senior Ling. The low-grade alchemists and apprentices were even more respectful. No matter how jealous they were, they had to lower their heads now. This was destined to be recorded in history. Such a young middle-grade alchemist. Ling Han nodded and said, "Don't spread the news about me." Yes. Everyone nodded, though they felt it was strange. Can I look through the pill recipes to my heart's content now? Ling Han asked. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had finally become a middle-grade alchemist, so he should be complacently accepting everyone's worship. Why did he want to look at pill recipes now? He could look at pill recipes at any time, but it had to be on such an important day. But Ling Han insisted, so what could the others do? Ling Han quickly obtained almost all the middle-grade pill recipes, but there were 3 pill recipes that were classified. One needed to make a great contribution to the Alchemist Society, or be a member of the society for a certain number of years before they could be unlocked. Of course, if one could go one step further and become a high-grade alchemist, then there would be no more restrictions. Middle-grade pill recipes could definitely be browsed at will. High-grade alchemist. Let's see what conditions are needed to concoct high-grade pills. Ling Han took a look. Though alchemists also needed spiritual energy, the requirements were far lower than array Dao. Thus, as long as one's spiritual energy barely reached the middle grade, they could concoct high-grade pills. However, the Alchemist Society here only has 2 recipes for high-grade alchemists. One is the phaseless pill, and the other is the burning flame pill. It's not difficult to concoct them. Chapter 32:18. Ling Han looked at it carefully and then simulated the scene of alchemy in his mind. After reading it twice, he came to a conclusion. He ran out, found Mo Guahao, and said, "Help me apply, I want to be certified as a high-grade alchemist." Mo Guahao was still wondering whether or not Ling Han had improved some kind of mid-grade pill formula. He was filled with excitement, and wanted to witness such a historical moment. But as soon as Ling Han spoke, he almost fell to his knees. You still want to be certified as a high-grade alchemist? Just a few glances at the pill recipe? Isn't this a little too much? But thinking of Ling Han's frightening alchemy ability, refining 4 cauldrons of pulse-probing pills in one go, was this something that a high-grade alchemist could do? So, it's understandable that he's a monster, right? Is this guy's limit the master level? I'll arrange it for you right away. Mo Guahao nodded and quickly left. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he wanted to see a miracle. Ling Han was indeed a man who could create miracles. Very soon, the president of Hidden Tiger City's Alchemy Society was invited out. His name was Lu Jin, and he was the only high-grade alchemist in Hidden Tiger City. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to advance to become a high-grade alchemist, he had to watch from the side. That was the rule. Lu Jin looked incomparably old, with a head full of white hair. Before he even got close, a strong smell of medicine could be smelled. "Greetings, Master Lu." Everyone bowed in greeting. Only Ling Han stood proudly. In the field of alchemy, there was probably no one who could be his master, at least not Lu Jin. Ling Han only nodded slightly, and greeted him with the courtesy of an equal. Everyone was astonished. This guy had not even passed the certification, yet he was already treating himself as a high-grade alchemist. Think about it. What if you don't pass? Ling Han intended to refine the phaseless pill. Because it was a high-grade pill, the materials needed were much more precious. Some of them even required the signatures of several deacons before he could open the storeroom to collect them. Therefore, it was a bit time-consuming. Lu Jin looked at Ling Han and sighed deeply in his heart. This kid is really young. When he was her age, he was probably still an apprentice who was training his spiritual force, right? But what about him? He was already a middle-rank alchemist, and was in the midst of breaking through to become a high-rank alchemist. It was impossible to compare oneself to others. After a while, all the materials were ready. This time, there were actually fewer spectators. That was because Lu Jin had purposely controlled the spread of news. Only primary alchemists were qualified to attend. Thus, there were only over 30 people present. No one dared to breathe loudly, for fear of affecting Ling Han. Ling Han, on the other hand, was indifferent. Whether it was a beginner or an advanced one, in his opinion, there was not much of a difference. He just needed to be a little more serious. Let's begin. He laid down the foundation of the formation, and then used his mental power to guide it. Hong, the jade seed began to burn, turning into raging energy. Ling Han waited, and when the heat was right, he threw out the first medicinal ingredient. After a while, he threw in the second type, and then the third type. When the time was right, he took back the medicinal body that had already turned into liquid and put in new medicinal materials to begin the refinement. At the same time, he was also controlling the formation, adjusting the amount of energy output to an extremely precise degree. As a former Empyrean, Ling Han's control over his power and psyche power was unmatched by anyone here. Moreover, he was the Alchemy Emperor, and had outstanding ability in alchemy. It can't be. The furnace hasn't exploded up until now. Just how precise is his control over the formation? This first medicinal liquid is golden and clear, just as described in the pill recipe. Hiss, which means that up until now, everything has been smooth sailing for him. What a terrifying young man. No, this is a future grandmaster of alchemy. Previously, many primary alchemists had been jealous of Ling Han, but now, they were no longer jealous. There was only intense admiration. When one's achievements were too high, then others would not be jealous. Perhaps they would be envious, and what remained was only admiration. Ling Han had instantly rushed to a height that they could only look up to, causing even their jealousy to disappear. The second medicinal liquid, the third medicinal liquid, and then they were combined, and new medicinal materials were added. When almost 2 hours had passed, Ling Han did not add any new medicinal materials, because he had already used up all of them. This was the most crucial moment, when the liquid would condense into a pill. One careless mistake, and all previous efforts would be wasted. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Were they going to witness a miracle? A high-level alchemist. There had never been one in Hidden Tiger City. Lu Jin had been sent here directly by the capital's Alchemy Association, and he was already a high-level alchemist when he arrived. Even Lu Jin was slightly nervous. There were only 42 high-level alchemists in the entire Black North country. Was it going to become 43 from today onwards? This was going to shake the world. Time passed second by second, and the medicinal liquid rapidly condensed into a pill, showing no signs of turning to ash. It was going to succeed, it was really going to succeed. Another 2 minutes passed, and Ling Han called it a day. Xiao, 3 medicinal pills flew out and landed in Ling Han's hand. Congratulations, Grandmaster Ling. Instantly, everyone bowed and performed the alchemy etiquette of greeting an elder. Even Emoguahao was no exception. This was a world with extremely strict hierarchy. Martial art was like that, formations were like that, and alchemy was like that. Ling Han clenched his teeth internally. These medicinal pills had just come out of the furnace, and they were so hot. There was nothing he could do about it. He had only cultivated strength, and his resistance against heat and cold was not very strong. However, his momentum was at its peak. If he suddenly threw out the medicinal pills in his hand, wouldn't that be very damaging to his image? Thus, Ling Han could only forcefully endure the burning sensation, nod at the crowd, and wave his hand. Grandmaster Ling, you've really surprised this old man. Lu Jin walked over, the shock on his face still not receding. He had truly witnessed a miracle. Thank you for your praise, Ling Han said with a smile. Right, isn't your hand hot? Lu Jin asked in a small voice. Hot. Hee, come, store it in the pill bottle. This old man will have a good chat with you. The old and the young left, and the crowd could only watch them leave. These two were now the big bosses of alchemy in Hidden Tiger City, and the others could only look up to them. Lu Jin and Ling Han talked for a long time, mostly about the Alchemy Association. As a high-level alchemist, what rights could one enjoy, and what duties one had to fulfill. Half a day later, Ling Han finally left. He had now obtained all the rights in this place, and could browse any pill recipe he wanted. In addition, he could enjoy a 50% discount when purchasing ingredients. Moreover, the Alchemy Association could also sell medicinal pills on his behalf, and only charge a 10% commission. Ling Han also obtained a miniature optical computer that could be worn on his wrist. It could be used as a watch during normal times, and it could even be used as a torch in dark places. It was very practical and convenient. He turned on the optical computer and browsed through the pill recipes that had previously been restricted to him. Blood replenishing pill, can replenish qi and blood, and is suitable for breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Chapter 32-20. Ling Han looked at Zhong Yangbi with an indescribably strange expression. Hurry up and get angry out of humiliation and attack. Zhong Yangbi felt a bit of a headache. Why was Ling Han's reaction so different from what he had expected? What kind of expression is that? Could it be that you can bear to be a green turtle? Ling Han shook his head. I've seen many people who seek death, but someone like you is probably the first. You can be called a death expert. You. Zhong Yangbi pointed at Ling Han, anger written all over his face. You're trying to provoke me into killing you, aren't you? Ling Han laughed. And your wishful thinking is that I'll lose control and attack on the spot. Then, I'll be killed by the Alchemy Association's experts, right? Fuck, how did he see through me? Then do you plan to be a turtle? Zhong Yangbi asked, walking further and further down the path of seeking death. Ling Han smiled. Why do I say you're seeking death? It's because you don't even know what trump card I have, yet you jumped out to provoke me. What trump card do you have? Zhong Yangbi sneered. I don't know why Master values you so much, but if you want to attack here, no one can save you. Do you dare? He was trying to provoke Ling Han. Ling Han patted Zhong Yangbi's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely kill you. After all, you're so bold. If I don't kill you, it'll be a waste of your efforts. Zhong Yangbi was stunned. What did that mean? Ling Han clearly knew his intentions, yet he still wanted to kill him. Why the hell was he telling him this? This guy said he wanted to kill him. Didn't he fall right into his trap? Why couldn't he be happy? Why did he feel like something was wrong? He looked at Ling Han, feeling as if he had just met this young man. Ling Han smiled, and said, You must find it very strange that I still dared to kill you even though I clearly knew about your scheme, am I right? Zhong Yangbi nodded subconsciously. He was really strange. Pa! Ling Han raised his hand and slapped him across the face. With his strength, how could Zhong Yangbi dodge? This slap was solid and 3 of Zhong Yangbi's teeth immediately flew out. I forgot to tell you. What I hate the most is when people point their fingers at me. It makes me very unhappy, Ling Han said indifferently. Zhong Yangbi touched his cheek and felt a burning pain. He finally realized that something was wrong. They had already caused such a ruckus at the gate. Why hadn't anyone stepped forward to stop them? In that case, if Ling Han were to kill someone, no one would stop him. Fuck, he didn't want to lose his life just to kill Ling Han. Strange, isn't it? Why is it that everyone's just watching, but no one's shouting at you to stop your death-seeking behavior? Ling Han smiled and said to the crowd, "Come, tell this young alchemist who I am." "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling." Instantly, the alchemists at the entrance, including the guards, all bowed respectfully to Ling Han. Hajong Yangbi was stunned. Grandmaster? What Grandmaster? Whether it was the alchemy world or the array world, only high-grade and Grandmaster alchemists and array masters had the qualifications to be called Grandmasters. Could he be a high-grade array master? Impossible. He was so young and might not even be a beginner array master, let alone a high-grade one. Wait, even if Ling Han was a high-grade array master, why did the people of the Alchemy Association have to bow to him? Hiss. His eyes widened slightly and his face was filled with disbelief. You guessed correctly. Ling Han nodded. I am a new high-grade alchemist of the Alchemy Association. According to the rules, you should call me Grandmaster. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Zhong Yangbi's heart was filled with 10,000 thoughts. His mouth was so wide open that it could fit a fist. A vulgar person from the world of martial art had actually become the king of the world of alchemy? How could he believe it? But what was the use of not believing it? Didn't he see the reactions of the others? Could this be an act? It was over. He actually flaunted his prowess in front of a high-grade alchemist and did such a despicable thing. He was courting death. No wonder Ling Han's expression was so strange just now. Ling, Grandmaster Ling, he said with a trembling voice. Not just his voice, but his whole body was trembling. Ling Han smiled slightly. Was it fun? It wasn't fun at all. Zhong Yangbi finally realized that he was the one who had been tricked. A mere beginner alchemist challenging a high-grade alchemist in the Alchemy Association was just courting death. Ling Han had purposely not revealed his identity. Clearly, he had purposely dug a pit for him to jump into. The stupidest thing was that he had actually jumped into the pit. Grandmaster Ling, please show mercy and spare me this once. Zhong Yangbi knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Ling Han shook his head. What you're saying is really too unconvincing. Weren't you trying to provoke me to kill you just now? If I don't kill you, wouldn't all your previous efforts be in vain? I'd rather be blind. Zhong Yangbi was about to cry. How could he have imagined that a person younger than him could actually become a high-grade alchemist? No one could have imagined this, right? Do you regret it? Ling Han asked. Yes. Zhong Yangbi nodded. Unfortunately, even if you regret it, you can't change the evil you've done. Ling Han shook his head. If you were just jealous, then I wouldn't care, but you actually used such a vicious method to harm others. How could I forgive you? No. Zhong Yangbi realized that something was wrong and hurriedly turned to run. He didn't want anything else. He wanted to escape from Hidden Tiger City. Bang! A huge force crushed over, and he couldn't help but fall to the ground. He felt as if his entire body had been split into pieces, and he couldn't move a finger at all. He looked around, only to see that everyone had a pitiful and indifferent expression on their faces. Then, they quickly looked away from his body. Why should they care about a dead person? Zhong Yangbi only felt that breathing was getting more and more difficult. He forced himself to turn around to look at Ling Han, but he only saw a blur. Then, he lowered his head, and his breathing stopped. Ling Han looked around and said, "Report this matter to the Internal Affairs Department. Let them handle it as they should." Yes. Everyone hurriedly said. How to handle it? To say nothing of the fact that this matter was Zhong Yangbi's fault, even if Ling Han killed Zhong Yangbi for no reason, what could the Alchemist Society do to him? Such a young alchemist had a limitless future. For this reason, they would at most restrict Ling Han's range of activities, but they definitely wouldn't punish him. In other words, Zhong Yangbi had died in vain. Who asked him to do it himself? Why did he have to provoke a high-grade alchemist? Thinking about it, he actually tried to make a high-grade alchemist wear a green hat. If he didn't die, who would? Ling Han swaggered off. He also hadn't expected that the grudge between him and Zhong Yangbi would come to an end like this. He first went to the Black-Green Flag and told them about the possible changes in Hidden Tiger City. Then, he went to find Sun Jianfang and gave him a blood-replenishing pill. Chapter 32-21. Sun Jianfang was filled with emotion. Back then, he had only decided to nurture Ling Han for the sake of the ancient Dao sect's future. He hadn't expected that this act of kindness would bring him such great benefits. Before, Sun Jianfang had only eaten 7 blood-replenishing pills, and because of this, he owed Hidden Tiger City a huge favor. This was because the blood-replenishing pill could only be refined by a mid-rank alchemist, and the ingredients were precious. The success rate was also extremely low. 7 blood-replenishing pills could be said to be priceless and incomparably precious. Some people had suffered heavy injuries when trying to break through to the blood transformation realm, and without the blood-replenishing pill to recover, they would never be able to break through to the blood transformation realm or advance further. But now? With the blood-replenishing pill in hand, Sun Jianfang had the confidence to break through to the second and third transformations. Even if he failed, it wasn't as if he didn't have another chance. Ling Han, you're very considerate. He patted Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han smiled slightly. This was his personality. If someone treated him well, he would repay them tenfold, and if someone had ill intentions towards him, he would repay them tenfold, or even 100-fold. He chatted with Sun Jianfang for a while, then left. After dealing with Zhong Yangbi, his heart seemed to have been enlightened, and he could faintly sense the existence of the 7th hidden meridian. He had to immediately go into seclusion and seize this rare opportunity to open the 7th hidden meridian as soon as possible. Without the blood transformation realm, no matter how powerful he was, he would always be restricted by his realm, and some abilities would not be able to be used. He didn't go to the Benevolent Heart Medicinal Hall, but instead returned to the Alchemist Society. To him, this was the safest place. As expected, his senses were not wrong. In just 3 hours, he had clearly felt the 7th hidden meridian. Using the spirit-gathering formation, he began to open this meridian. Right now, the spirit-gathering formation was of little help to him, but Ling Han didn't want to waste this hard-earned comprehension. What if he slept and couldn't sense it the next morning? He spent almost an entire night's time, and finally opened the initial stage of the 7th hidden meridian. Now, even if he slept for a few days and nights, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sense the 7th hidden meridian when he woke up. Early the next morning, Ling Han first used the time when the sun had just risen to cultivate for half an hour. Then, he went to pick up the little maid. If he wanted to use the tyrant array, there might be some overflow, so he could not waste it. He was surprised to find that his little handmaiden had advanced again. 10 meridians even in Xianbei country, this kind of advancement speed was incomparably shocking. But who asked her to have a good master who was not only generous, but also the alchemy emperor? The two of them arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Ling Han set up a nouveau riche formation and began to cultivate. Half a day later, he was at the peak of 19 meridians. If I can open another meridian, I will have the qualifications to break through to the blood-changing realm. Ling Han took out the Phoenix King jade fruit that he had obtained previously. When it was on the branch, it was red, but now it was green, as if it was carved from jade. We'll be able to eat it soon. He put away the treasure fruit and began to ponder in his heart. Killing Zhong Yangbi made him feel very refreshed. In an instant, he was enlightened and could sense the 7th hidden meridian. Then, could he kill Yan Jun? Maybe he could open another hidden meridian, and at the same time, sense the 8th hidden meridian as well. He could not help but feel his heart palpitate. It was really irresistible. But before he could make a decision, Mo Guahao suddenly came to visit. Ling Han let the little maid invite him in. When Mo Guahao saw him, he immediately bowed respectfully. My sinful disciple has offended Master Ling. I have not disciplined him well. I have specially come to ask for forgiveness. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to force it on yourself." "Thank you, Master." Mo Guahao hurriedly thanked him. When he found out about Zhong Yangbi's stupidity, he broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that Ling Han would also bear a grudge against him. Luckily, Ling Han was a very reasonable person. He said a bunch of nonsense, expressed his apologies again, and finally left. Ling Han thought of Yan Jun's matter again. Without a very good opportunity, how could he kill Yan Jun? Even if he was a grandmaster of alchemy, if he killed an array master without rhyme or reason, even if he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely have his freedom restricted and be locked up for a few years. He would have to desperately refine pills to make up for it. What Ling Han liked was alchemy Dao and exploring that unknown domain of alchemy Dao. If he had to blindly and monotonously refine medicinal pills that he had already learned long ago, he would go crazy. Therefore, he still had to find an opportunity. It would be best if Yan Jun also courted his own death like Zhong Yangbi. Speaking of which, it's actually still because my strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, even if I killed Yan Jun, so what? Who could and dared to do anything to me? Ling Han saw it very clearly. In this world, strength determined everything. No matter how awesome alchemy masters and array masters were, that status was still given by martial artists. Of course, array masters were a little better, because awesome array masters similarly possessed powerful battle prowess. Once a killing array was unleashed, it could massacre a city and destroy a country. From a certain perspective, array masters might be even stronger than martial artists. One more thing. What exactly will Hidden Tiger City encounter? Looking at Cha Deyuan's expression when he said those words, it was obvious that he was not trying to scare me. Sigh, this guy died too quickly. He didn't even say any useful information. Ling Han put it down first, and went to sense the last hidden vein. He desired strength so that he would not have to bow down to others, and would also be able to allow the Empress and the others to come out earlier. The matter of Zhong Yangbi being killed did not spread, because this was an internal scandal of the Alchemist Society, so there was naturally no need to spread it around. And the matter of Ling Han's newly advanced high-level alchemist similarly did not spread, because his identity badge needed to be made and verified by the main Alchemist Society of Monarch Tier. It could not be completed in a short period of time. Thus, the Alchemist Society had to wait for the confirmation from the main Alchemist Society before announcing Ling Han's identity. Ling Han cultivated for a few days, but made no progress at all. This final step was not an easy thing to take. No, he could not be hasty. The greatest taboo in cultivation was to be overly hasty. One had to know that more haste, less speed. A terrifying chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Ling Han suddenly turned around, only to see that a small old man had appeared in the room at some point. He had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and was currently looking left and right. An expert, extremely powerful, practically terrifying. Ling Han was shocked. The Alchemist Society was protected by formations, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to barge in. And if the other party was a guest, then someone should have reported to him. I've been discovered just like that? The small old man's eyes met Ling Han's, and he could not help but grin. Ling Han also smiled, and said, "Senior has suddenly come to visit, and this one has not gone out to welcome you. Please forgive me." The small old man was surprised, and said, "You actually don't find it strange to suddenly see this old man appear in the room? Then forgive this one for being curious, but why has Senior come?" Ling Han asked. "Ha ha ha, this little friend is a bit interesting." The small old man laughed loudly. Chapter 32-22. A Beautiful Romance. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and circled around Ling Han. "I came this time to retrieve the blood god crystal, and to kill you." Ling Han was startled. It was that mysterious power again. Their reaction was really fast. Cha Deyuan hadn't been dead for long. He was sure that this monkey-like old man in front of him had unfathomable strength. He was definitely not at the blood transformation realm, but at least at the extreme bone realm. If he fought, he would definitely die. However, the old man didn't attack immediately, giving him a sliver of hope. He definitely had to prepare some powerful seal soldiers in the future. He didn't care how expensive they were. This feeling of being trampled upon was too terrible. Weren't you going to cry for help?" asked the old man curiously. Ling Han shook his head. "With Senior's strength, you can kill me with a single thought. What's the point of crying for help?" "Ha ha ha, you're really interesting." The old man laughed. "Originally, I really did want to kill you and leave. To make me personally act to kill a puny opening meridian, isn't that just giving me trouble? That's why I really hate you. On the way here, I already thought of all kinds of ways to kill you. However, I found you in the Alchemy Association, which made me feel a bit strange. So I went to ask around and found that you're actually a high-rank alchemist. Looking at all the alchemists in the Empire, no matter how talented they are, they have to be over 60 before they have any hope of becoming a high-rank alchemist. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a talent?" Ling Han laughed. "Many thanks for Senior's discerning eyes." The old man chuckled. "My master has the talent to rule the world. In the future, he will soar into the universe and rule over the world. I cherish talent, and my master also loves talent. So I've decided to give you a chance." "What chance?" asked Ling Han with a smile. "Submit to my master," said the old man. "I can make the decision to give you that blood god crystal." Ling Han thought about it and said, "Then what should I do?" For the time being, you stay here." The little old man took out a bottle from his bosom and threw it towards Ling Han. "Take the medicine inside." Ling Han opened the bottle, and poured out a yellow-colored alchemical pill. There was only one pill, and it had a slightly sweet aroma. "This is called the soul-separating pill." The little old man said, "After taking it, the medicine will only take effect a year later. But don't worry, as long as you work hard for the Lord, there will naturally be an antidote for you every year. And as long as you are loyal, it won't be difficult to obtain a permanent antidote. Of course, if you don't behave, you will die miserably, very miserably." Ling Han did not hesitate in the slightest, and immediately swallowed the alchemical pill. He had no other choice. If he did not take the medicine, he would be killed by the little old man immediately. If it was poison, Ling Han was not afraid. As the Alchemy Emperor, could he not find the antidote within a year? Very decisive. "I admire you." The little old man smiled. "Wait for my orders first. There is nothing for you to do at the moment." "Oh right, leave Hidden Tiger City in half a month." Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. What would happen in Hidden Tiger City in half a month? Previously, Cha Deyuan had said that even if he returned to Hidden Tiger City, he would not be able to escape death. Now, the little old man had revealed the same meaning. What kind of disaster would befall Hidden Tiger City? No matter where he hid in the city, it would not be safe. He did not ask. Obviously, the little old man would not tell him. He was far from being trusted. "All right, I'm leaving." Work hard and strive to become an alchemy grandmaster before the age of 30. That way, you can become the Lord's left and right arms. Your future is limitless. The little old man nodded at Ling Han and opened the door to leave. Oh right, you feel a little pain at midnight every day. This is a normal effect of the medicine. It won't take your life. Ling Han hurriedly chased after him. However, when he rushed out of the door, he could not see any trace of the little old man. This old man is at least an expert of the ultimate bone realm. The feeling he gives me is that he is completely invincible, far surpassing Cha Deyuan. Ling Han muttered. Am I lucky or unlucky? If he was unlucky, then he would have been killed by the little old man long ago. Thus, he was still lucky. He had come to be certified as a high-grade alchemist by sudden inspiration. Only then did the little old man see his value. The most important thing now is to cure the poison. Ling Han raised his hand. There was a bit of medicinal paste between his fingernails. He had dug it out before taking the pill. He did not dare to dig too much, afraid that the little old man would find out. Also, I have to remind Lian Xuerong. I suffered such a big loss just now because I was not strong enough. Otherwise, I could teach this old man a lesson. Ling Han started. He suddenly realized that he had sensed the 8th hidden meridian. That was fine too. He really did not know whether to thank the little old man or curse him. The pressure that the little old man gave him allowed him to gain enlightenment. Break through first. He set up a spirit-gathering formation and opened up the last meridian. Half a day later, the 8th hidden meridian was also opened up. Come, nouveau riche formation. Ling Han called for the little female attendant. He did not want to waste it. Another half a day later, the 8th hidden meridian had been opened up to the limit. He had finally reached the end of the illuminating meridian realm. However, is 20 meridians really the limit of the illuminating meridian? Ling Han murmured. Obviously, Tuoba Tianhuang will also reach 20 meridians. In that case, even if I have the advantage in the width of my meridians and the speed at which my secret power flows, compared to him, my advantage is not that great. Moreover, there should be many geniuses like Tuoba Tianhuang. Perhaps there will be someone like me. I do not believe that the peak of the illuminating meridian realm is the limit or the limit. Ling Han clenched his fists tightly. I want to become the strongest. Other than the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, are there any other meridians in the human body? From my experience in the Yuan world, there are countless small meridians in the human body. Although the amount of secret power that can be stored is limited, many a little makes a mickle. When added together, it cannot be ignored. Alright, this is my direction. Ling Han let the little female attendant continue to cultivate in the formation while he went to the black-green flag and warned the little old man again. He did not say too much. Since the little old man was so confident, he believed that not many people could cure the poison of the soul-separating pill. Therefore, it was useless to tell Lian Xuerong. Half a month. Lian Xuerong nodded. I will inform the other 3 flags and pay attention to any movements. Ling Han did not think much of it. The little old man's tone was too certain. He was not arrogant but had a card up his sleeve. Let's see how it goes. I will take care of myself first and make preparations. If it really cannot be done, I will call Sect Master Sun and Huanxue to leave together. Chapter 32-24. I have some confidence in the formula for the detoxification. Now, I need to collect the medicinal ingredients and refine the pill. I will only know if it is useful after I take it. Every night when the medicine takes effect, there will be a heart-wrenching pain. It is really uncomfortable. Ling Han set out to get the formula, but even though the Alchemist Guild storeroom was open to him, he did not have all the ingredients he needed. I'm missing a total of 8. They are either extremely precious and priceless, or extremely difficult to harvest and not very useful. The price-performance ratio is too low, and no one is willing to go to such dangerous places to harvest them. I can only do it myself. If it is the closest to me, well, there might be 9 flame grass in the Great Green Mountain. The 9 flame grass was what he lacked. There are still 8 days before the half-month deadline that the little old man said. I can go to the Great Green Mountain first. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to go to the Great Green Mountain. Because the members of the 7th Squad were either dead or injured, they would not go on a mission for the time being. Everyone was on vacation, so Ling Han was quite free. He also decided that after the crisis in Hidden Tiger City was over, he would resign from his position as vice-captain and focus on cultivation. After thinking for a while, Ling Han decided to take Huanxue with him. Hu Xiao might not give up. Although the little servant girl was safe in the Alchemist Guild, she could not always stay there and not go out. He might as well take Huanxue for a walk. Ling Han asked Huanxue to get ready, and then he saw the little servant girl carrying a huge bag, like a thief returning with a full load. He used to look like this too. Ling Han could not help but grit his teeth. How shameful. The two of them set off. After leaving the city, they headed east. The Great Green Mountain was very close to Hidden Tiger City, about 200 miles away in a straight line. However, the road was really not easy to travel. There were too many potholes, and from time to time, big rivers appeared. It was impossible to drive there. Fortunately, Huanxue had reached 10 meridians, and carrying the huge bag was still easy. A few hours later, they arrived at Mount Daqing. The Great Green Mountain was primitive and rough, but there weren't any powerful demonic beasts here. This was because the 4 banners would sweep through the area from time to time, so it was basically impossible for demonic beasts above 10 meridians to exist. Of course, there were also extremely dangerous places in the Great Green Mountain that even extreme Bone Realm experts wouldn't venture deep into. But as long as one didn't go there, there naturally wouldn't be any danger. Let's go, Ling Han said. Oh. The little maid nodded and hurriedly followed. The 9 Flames grass was located halfway up Mount Daqing. From this height, it was already extremely dangerous. Of course, Ling Han went straight to his destination. However, the Great Green Mountain was huge, really huge. Moreover, the mountain path was unusually difficult to traverse. It would take at least 1 day and 1 night to reach it. Huh? Ling Han paused. What's wrong, young master? Asked Huanxue blankly. There are sounds of fighting, Ling Han said. Let's go and take a look. Oh. Huanxue nodded. She would do whatever Ling Han said anyway. Ling Han led the way in front. Very quickly, Huanxue also heard the sounds. Even without Ling Han leading the way, she could still find the right direction. They passed through the dense forest and an empty space appeared in front of them. A battle was currently taking place in the middle of the empty space. 5 young men and women were surrounding a demonic beast. This demonic beast was a 9-toed wolf. Its strength was completely written on its body. For every meridian power increase, it would gain another toe. Now that this demonic wolf had 9 toes, it meant that it was at the 9th meridian realm. Under normal circumstances, demonic beasts were stronger than human practitioners of the same realm because they had innate advantages. For example, they were faster and stronger. Furthermore, they had powerful defensive abilities. Therefore, usually, 2 or 3 people had to team up to fight against a demonic beast to have a chance of victory. However, this time, only 2 of the 5 young men and women had reached the 9th meridian realm, while the other 3 had reached the 8th meridian realm. Thus, even when the 5 of them joined forces, they were still evenly matched against this demonic wolf. The situation was extremely dangerous. Stay calm. Don't panic. We have the upper hand. We will definitely win. Among the five, a slightly older man said, stabilizing the morale of the group. He was actually quite young, 16 or 17 years old at most. Indeed, as long as they could stabilize the situation, they had at least an 80% chance of victory. The other four young men and women nodded. Under the control of the youth, the situation gradually stabilized. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The demonic wolf's entire body shone with white light and emitted a powerful aura. Oh no, this demonic beast is mutating. It's about to advance to the 10th meridian realm. The slightly older youth exclaimed and hurriedly said, "Everyone, retreat." They did not fear a 9-meridian demonic beast, but once it advanced to the 10th meridian, it would be able to release its power externally. The increase in battle strength would not be insignificant. They wanted to retreat, but the demonic beast had been surrounded for so long and had sustained serious injuries. Given the ferocity of a wild beast, how could it let them leave? It jumped about as if it was flying, and the mutation continued. On its 4 legs, the 10th toe was growing. Even if it reached the 10th meridian realm, there would not be a huge increase in strength immediately. However, it could release its power externally. That was the biggest change. The 5 young men and women were pale with fright. How could they have imagined that this 9-meridian demonic beast would actually break through at such a critical moment? Their luck was just too bad. "Summon Snow, go help," Ling Han said. At the very least, he was the vice-captain of the Black-Green Banner. Of course, he couldn't just stand by and watch. "Yes," the little attendant replied and immediately scuttled out. Ling Han was speechless. This girl was really a bit dumb. Why did she have to carry her luggage when she was going to fight? Bam! Summon Snow had already attacked. She punched out, releasing her power externally. She threw a terrifying punch. Influenced by Ling Han, she was also more inclined to use her fists. The 5 young men and women were all dumbfounded. What had they just seen? A beauty carrying an enormous luggage appeared and then threw a punch at the demonic beast. Before they could react, they saw a bang and the demonic beast was sent flying. Releasing power externally, a 10-meridian expert. Yaya. Summon Snow attacked repeatedly at the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf had only just advanced to the 10th step. The only difference between it and a 9-meridian expert was that it could release its power externally. How could it be a match for Summon Snow who had advanced for more than 10 steps? Very quickly, its spine was broken by a punch and it became a dead wolf. "Thank you for your help, miss." The 5 hurriedly expressed their thanks. Although Summon Snow had already reached the 10th meridian realm, she could not change her attitude as a little attendant. She hurriedly bowed in return. Immediately, the enormous luggage completely covered her. Her appearance was a bit funny. Ling Han walked out and said, "Let's go." "Who are you?" A youth immediately jumped out and pointed at Ling Han. "What right do you have to give orders?" "That's my young master," Summon Snow said weakly. "HM?" The 5 looked at Ling Han and then at Summon Snow. They all shook their heads, not believing him no matter what. Chapter 32-25. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "I saved your lives, and this is how you repay me?" "Bah, we were saved by this lady," one of the youths immediately said. "Yes." The other 4 nodded. They weren't very old. The older one was only 16 or 17, and the other 4 were even younger, at most 15 or 16. They worshipped heroes the most at this age. Huanxue had saved them from the jaws of a tiger, so she was like a god in their eyes. How could they accept that such a god had a master? The 3 youths especially looked at Huanxue with adoration. It was even more impossible for them to accept reality. But I'm really young master's maid. Huanxue nodded vigorously. These people were so strange. After repeated reminders, these people finally accepted reality, but they became even angrier. You're too despicable. You actually made Miss Huanxue do such rough work. They criticized. Look at how many things Huanxue was carrying. You're abusing her. Name a price. How much do you want to let Miss Huanxue redeem her? Huanxue immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. Young master didn't abuse me, and I don't want to leave him. She was really afraid of these self-righteous youths. She quickly said to Ling Han, young master, let's run. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh, but he nodded and said, okay. The two of them ran at lightning speed. How could the 5 youths catch up? They only ran a few steps before stopping. We can't just watch Miss Huanxue fall into a tiger's mouth. They must be from Hidden Tiger City. We must investigate when we get back. We must find out everything about that man. Save Miss Huanxue. The 5 youths' fighting spirit was ignited. They immediately had a goal to strive for in their boring lives. After running for some distance, Ling Han said, all right, there's no need to run anymore. These people aren't chasing us. Huanxue panted. Young master, those people are too scary. They actually wanted her to leave him. They were all bad people. Ling Han laughed. Let's rest for a bit. We'll continue on our way. Soon, they continued on their way. The road in the mountains was very difficult to walk on. When the sky turned dark, they were still less than half of the way to their destination. Due to the towering trees, this place would be pitch black at night. It would be an exaggeration to say that one wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them, but it wasn't much better. The two of them stopped and prepared to eat something before continuing their journey the next morning. Fortunately, they were right next to a rabbit nest, and Huanxue caught 2 fat and big rabbits. The little maid happily lit the fire and washed the rabbit with clean water. Then, she began to prepare dinner. Soon, the roasted rabbit emitted a fragrant aroma. The meat turned golden and sizzled with fat. Ling Han's fingers twitched. Summoning Snow's craftsmanship was indeed not bad. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At this moment, the grass in front of them suddenly shook. Ling Han stood up. Some wild beast was about to appear. But after waiting for a while, there was no response. He sat down again, shivering, and the grass moved again. Are you kidding me? Ling Han suddenly burst forth with strength and pounced toward that place. He raised his fist and punched. Pang, he punched out. He now had the strength of 1,000,000 kilograms. When he punched out, it was as if a hurricane had swept up, raising the area of a zhang or so where his fist landed to the ground. There was nothing. Ling Han was surprised. He only saw green grass flying in the air. There was nothing else. What was going on? Young master. Huanxue hurriedly jumped over. Ling Han shook his head, turned around, and was about to go back, but his gaze was fixed. The rabbit that was being roasted on the fire was gone. Gone. Of course, meat wouldn't run away on its own for no reason. So, it was either taken by someone or by a demonic beast. But whether it was a human or a beast, its strength was quite extraordinary. What a cute pig, the little maid suddenly exclaimed. Yes. Ling Han followed the little maid's gaze and saw a little pink pig the size of a cat twisting its butt as it walked over. This little pig was really fat. It was round and pink all over, and its tail was thin and short. If it were a big fat pig, perhaps some people would feel disgusted. But this little pink pig only made people feel that it was cute. At least Huanxue had already fallen. She immediately hugged the little pink pig, and her eyes turned into stars. Ling Han looked at it, and saliva formed in his mouth. He was just hungry, and a little pink pig had delivered itself to his door. This was heaven's will. It was as if the little pink pig had sensed Ling Han's gaze. It raised its head and squeaked at Ling Han. Then, it stuffed its head into Huan Shue's chest, looking as if it had been frightened. Fuck, this guy had become a spirit. After mocking him, it actually took the opportunity to take advantage of Huan Shue. You can do it. Ling Han wanted to butcher this little pink pig even more. Yes, he would make it into a roast suckling pig. Young master, don't eat it, okay? This little pig is so pitiful, Huan Shue pleaded with Ling Han, tears glistening in her eyes. Ling Han sighed and said, "Fine, I won't eat it." Huan Shue immediately smiled and hugged the little pink pig. Her maternal instincts were overflowing, and she couldn't control them anymore. Ling Han looked at the little pig, and the little pink pig would occasionally glance at him, full of pride. Fuck, a pig could actually be so human-like. Ling Han hadn't forgotten that the 2 roast rabbits disappeared for no reason. Now, it seemed that the culprit was this pig. This guy made a feint first, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Then, it took the opportunity to steal the 2 roast rabbits. After eating them, it appeared with a pitiful appearance, causing the little maid's maternal instincts to overflow. Yes, in terms of intelligence, this pig wasn't stupid at all. What Ling Han cared about was, how could this pig's speed be so fast? Huan Shue, let me take a look at this pig, he said. Oh. Huan Shue was a little reluctant, but she still handed the little pink pig to Ling Han. Goo goo. The little pink pig squeaked like a pig being slaughtered, and hid in Huan Shue's arms. Ling Han grabbed the little pink pig and looked left and right, but he didn't find anything special about this pig. This wasn't a demonic beast at all, and it didn't seem to have any strength. This was very strange. If it was really an ordinary pig, how could it survive in Mount Daqing? Could it rely on acting cute to survive when it encountered a powerful carnivore or demonic beast? If it wasn't for the little maid, Ling Han really wanted to bleed this little fat pig and study it. However, Huan Shue was looking at him with a pitiful gaze, which made Ling Han feel like there was a thorn in his back. Forget it, I won't do it for now. Ling Han returned the little pink pig to Huan Shue, and the little fat pig immediately burrowed into Huan Shue's arms, looking like a little pig that was scared. What the hell? Chapter 32-26. Ling Han walked around and quickly caught another goat. He handed it over to Summon Snow to handle. Before long, the fragrance wafted over again. Ling Han's appetite was piqued. He immediately tore off a piece and ate it. The little pink pig also whimpered and opened its mouth, looking like it wanted to eat. Summon Snow gently fed the little pink pig. Although the pig wasn't big, its appetite was astonishing. It ate mouthful after mouthful of meat as if it couldn't be full. Its belly was very fat and round, but no matter how much meat it ate, its belly didn't bulge. It was like a bottomless pit. Delicious and lecherous. In a short period of time, Ling Han had already discovered 2 characteristics of this pig. In summary, this pig was a good-for-nothing. The goat was quickly divided up. Ling Han ate nearly half of it, and the little pink pig also ate about half. The rest was finished by the little servant girl. This pig was indeed a foodie. At night, Summon Snow was afraid that the little pink pig would freeze, so she stuffed it into her chest. The pig was so happy that its eyes were shining. In the middle of the night, as expected, the pig began to snore. He really wanted to kill it. The next day, Ling Han and Summon Snow continued on their way to the waist of the mountain. There weren't any formations here to suppress them, but the natural mountains and rivers were dangerous. It was also difficult to advance. Moreover, there were powerful demonic beasts here. There were many, at least 10 meridians, and there were even some at the blood transformation realm. There was no other way. The terrain here was too dangerous. It was difficult for the 4 banners to enter. How could a true expert come here? Therefore, there were no traces of people here. However, the existence of 9 flame grass here was only a legend. As early as 20 years ago, when Hidden Tiger City had just been established, a large number of experts had been sent to sweep the surrounding area. Someone had found 9 flame grass here. It had been more than 20 years. Who knew if there were any 9 flame grass left? It might have gone extinct due to the great changes in the environment. This place was too big. Although Ling Han and Summon Snow tried their best to find it, it would take at least half a month to go around this area. It was too long. Cuckoo, the little pink pig cried out. What? Ling Han glared at him. This kind of lecherous pig should be slaughtered and made into roast suckling pig. It's hungry. Call Snow said in a low voice. In just 1 or 2 days, she was already very familiar with little suckling pig, no, little pink pig. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Ling Han wiped his mouth. Why don't we butcher it and eat a roast suckling pig? No, no. Summon Snow hurriedly shook her head. Little Pink Pig also glared at Ling Han angrily and howled as if it was facing an enemy of the same class. You only know how to eat and how to be lecherous. If you don't eat, what else can you do? Ling Han said. Woo, woo, the little pink pig barked at Ling Han, as if it could understand human language. This pig was indeed interesting. Little piggy, you must prove that you are useful. Young master doesn't like useless things. The little maid rubbed the little pink pig's head and said earnestly. The little pink pig was hurt. It wasn't a thing. It raised its head proudly and looked as if it could do anything. Hey, little piggy, can you really do things? Call Snow asked in surprise. Goo, goo. Little pink pig nodded vigorously. Damn, this pig had really become a spirit. Little piggy, young master is looking for 9 flame grass. Do you know where I can find it? Call Snow asked. Little pink pig revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, it cried out and jumped out of Call Snow's arms, running in a certain direction. Hey, this fellow really did know where 9 flame grass was. Ling Han and Call Snow followed, but they only walked a few steps before they saw that the little pink pig had stopped moving. Its limbs were spread out, and it was lying on the ground. What is it doing now? Ling Han asked. It's tired, Call Snow explained. It's tired? Ling Han looked at the distance that the dead pig had walked. It couldn't have been more than 300 zhang. Damn, it was already tired. What a lazy pig. Let me carry you. Call Snow picked up the little pink pig. Goo. Little pink pig let out a comfortable cry and rubbed its fat head against Call Snow's chest. Its lecherous appearance made Ling Han want to beat it up. However, this lazy pig wasn't completely irresponsible. It extended its fat hoof and pointed forward. Call Snow carried it and walked, while Ling Han followed behind. The damn fat pig didn't just blindly point forward. Sometimes it pointed to the left, and sometimes it pointed to the right. The road was extremely difficult to walk. After about 2 hours, the fat pig finally stopped making any more sounds. Ling Han was startled. A blade of grass had appeared in front of them. It was about a foot long and completely scarlet red. Moreover, there was a large area around it that didn't have any weeds growing. 9 flame grass. The 9 flame grass had a very special characteristic, and that was that no matter how tall it grew, no other grass or trees would grow in the area where it was 9 times its height. This was because in such an area, the ground would be scarlet red, and nothing else could grow. This damn fat pig really did find 9 flame grass. Apart from being able to eat, sleep, and be lazy, it could actually do something useful. At least it's somewhat useful. I didn't eat my food for nothing. Ling Han nodded. He picked up the 9 flame grass and put it into his luggage. Let's go back. He smiled slightly. This time's operation had gone surprisingly smoothly. In just one trip, he had already found 9 flame grass. What breed is this pig? It's pretty capable. Ling Han smiled and reached out to grab the fat pig. Woo! The perverted pig let out a squeal and burrowed into Call Snow's chest. But how big was the chest? How could it possibly hide? It was caught by Ling Han. The perverted pig continuously sprayed saliva at Ling Han. Although it was small, the amount of saliva it spat out was extremely shocking. It was like a torrential downpour. Ling Han wasn't on guard and was immediately sprayed all over his face. Fuck, you damned pig, I'm going to kill you. Ling Han was enraged, and his fist shot out. Goo. The little pink pig hurriedly struggled, but how could it possibly struggle free? Ling Han's punch landed squarely on it. However, this pig's guts weren't small. Not only did it not cower, its saliva actually grew even fiercer. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Han repeatedly punched. The little pig was also constantly spitting saliva. In the end, Ling Han stopped. He tossed the pig to Call Snow, a look of shock on his face. At the start, he hadn't used much strength. But in the later few punches, he had increased his strength a bit. But when his punches landed on the pig's body, it was like he was punching cotton. He had been constantly increasing his strength, but he was unable to injure the pig in the slightest. Strange, extremely strange. No wonder this fellow was able to live so comfortably in Mount Duching despite being so fat. It hadn't been eaten by any wild beast. Even a blood transformation realm demonic beast wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Perverted pig, I really did underestimate you. Reading on the phone. Chapter 32-28. Ling Han was surprised, because there was a row of stairs in front of him. They were made of high-quality jade and emitted a gentle glow. There were no stairs at the bottom of the mountain, but there were only stairs halfway up the mountain. It didn't make sense. Ling Han looked up and could vaguely see some buildings in front of him, but he couldn't see them clearly. Were those buildings left behind by the previous civilization? After the great changes, the Earth's surface was broken open, allowing many ancient buildings to see the light of day. Thus, this mountain used to be underground, and it might have emerged not long ago. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find old ginsengs that were 500 or 600 years old. Historical sites usually represented fortuitous encounters. Ling Han felt that martial art was just the beginning, and this judgment came from the pills. Even if he was the alchemy emperor, and was extremely sensitive to the alchemy Tao, he shouldn't be able to refine a pill with just a glance, and succeed on his first try. There was only one explanation, and that was that the pill recipe was too low level. That was why he could learn it with just a glance, and quickly make improvements. And who were these pills for? Of course it was for the current martial artists, whether they were at the illuminating pulse, blood transformation, or ultimate bone realms. Thus, Ling Han could deduce that the current level of martial art was also very, very low. The lower the level of martial art, the faster the speed of improvement. For example, Ling Han could use the Nouveau Riche Array to complete 1 meridian of cultivation in half a day. This was unimaginable in the higher realms. Then, if he could find a high-level historical site from the previous civilization, he might be able to immediately become a powerhouse above the ultimate bone realm. Most importantly, his spiritual energy would increase, and he would be able to reunite with his family. His heart thumping, he took a step forward and stepped onto the stairs. Wang, a huge force rebounded. Peng, Ling Han's entire body instantly fell backwards, landing solidly on the ground. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The little pink pig laughed so hard that it was rocking back and forth, its 4 short little legs kicking wildly. It was simply insane. I've decided, I'll eat the roasted suckling pig now. Ling Han said fiercely. The little pink pig wasn't afraid of him at all, and looked him in the eye. Ling Han chuckled. You think I can't do anything to you just because you can take a beating? Little pink pig revealed a puzzled expression. What else can you do? Ling Han grabbed the little pink pig by its tail and lifted it upside down. Goo! The little pink pig immediately cried out miserably. Its head was on the ground and its feet were on the ground. It was very easy for blood to rush to the head. Ling Han tried to climb the stairs again, but he was still bounced back, and he fell hard on the ground along with the pig. Forget it, I won't take the direct path. Ling Han avoided the steps and walked to the side. There was no road here, and the mountain rocks were rugged. Coupled with the huge pressure, it was not easy to walk. But at least there was no rebound force from under one's feet, so it was still possible to climb up. It was just that the speed would be slower. Ling Han slowly walked up the mountain. After a few steps, he would stop to catch his breath. The pressure was really terrifying, but he had walked all the way from the Yuan world, so what was a little more pressure? Even the little pink pig was moved. This human that it had looked down on was actually so tenacious. Reaching the peak of martial art required talent, but in fact, tenacious willpower was even more important. There had been news of top geniuses dying on the way. Most of the reasons were because they weren't tenacious enough and couldn't grit their teeth and endure. It seemed that it had underestimated this ugly human. After half a day, Ling Han finally saw the building in front of him. He was surprised. This was indeed a building complex that belonged to a certain force from the previous civilization. But now, most of the houses had been destroyed, and there were even corpses on the ground. They had long been weathered into bones, but the clothes on their bodies were still there. It was very strange. At this point, the pressure was even greater. Ling Han really couldn't go any further. He observed carefully, looking for the source of the pressure. Goo! The little pink pig suddenly pointed in a direction. Ling Han looked over, but he didn't see anything. Perverted pig, what do you want me to see? Pa! The little pink pig gave him a slap, and Ling Han's eyes immediately became clear. He saw that, in an extremely far place, there was a deep sword mark. It was this sword mark that emitted a terrifying baleful aura, forming a pressure that enveloped the entire mountain top. Wait, why do I know this is a sword mark? A doubt flashed across Ling Han's mind. It was just a thick mark. Sabers, spears, swords, and even palms could make it. Why was he so sure that it was a sword mark? He looked at the little pink pig. It was the little pink pig who let him see that scene, so it was very likely that this was the little pink pig's own judgment. Perverted pig, how many secrets are you hiding? Ling Han picked up the little pink pig. Goo! The little pink pig didn't even look at him, but it immediately paid the price. Ling Han threw it away. Ling Han looked at the mountain again and murmured, "It's impossible to go up, but can I find something good around here?" He couldn't enter this huge building complex, so he could only walk around it. Not long after, he found a broken sword. It was very close to him, about 6 meters away, and it wasn't on the path paved with jade. Could he succeed? He tried to walk forward, but after 2 steps, he felt a salty taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. No, if he continued, he would be courting death. Ling Han retreated, and the little pink pig looked at him with disdain, as if saying, "Come and beg Uncle Pig." Pa! Ling Han tried to use tree branches and other things to pull the sword back, but it was useless. Anything that came close to the sword would immediately shatter. Was there really no other way? Could he only beg that perverted pig? Goo! The little pink pig was arrogant, as if it was certain that it could defeat Ling Han. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, and he released his psychic energy. At his level, psychic energy could only control formation patterns. In terms of strength, it could at most lift a few books. However, this should be enough to drag the sword back. Ling Han immediately released his psychic energy, which was not affected by the pressure. He immediately wrapped it around the hilt of the sword, and then turned it into a hand, pulling hard. Clang, the broken sword made a sound, and moved a little in his direction. What was going on? The little pink pig revealed a surprised expression. It looked at Ling Han, and suddenly understood. Psychic energy. This human had actually cultivated psychic energy at the illuminating pulse realm. Interesting. Seeing that it was feasible, Ling Han's confidence soared. He hooked with his psychic energy again, and clang, the broken sword moved a little in his direction. Clang, clang, clang. The broken sword could only move a few inches at a time, but as time went by, it was getting closer and closer to Ling Han. Half an hour later, it was already under Ling Han's feet. Success. Chapter 32-29. Xiao, the little pig suddenly dashed out, opened its mouth, and bit the broken handle. Then it ran away. After running a few steps, it even turned around and flashed a smile at Ling Han. It was as if it was saying, "Come and chase me." Ling Han didn't care at all. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. The little pig was furious and continued to run. But after a few steps, it started to pant and lay on the ground. It couldn't run anymore. Ling Han walked over and easily took the broken sword from the little pig's mouth. "Lazy pig, you're so weak." The little pig was inexplicably sad and indignant. Ling Han looked at the broken sword carefully. There were many patterns on the sword. They were similar to the formation patterns he had learned, but they were much more complicated. Strictly speaking, they were more similar to the formation in the ancient Tao sect. He had dug out 3 formation bases and studied them carefully. Could it still be used? Ling Han tried to cut the stone with the broken sword. What happened next shocked him. The broken sword was extremely sharp. With one cut, the stone was cut open like tofu. Just from this point, it is a treasure. The body of a blood transformation realm expert is tempered by a secret force. Their physique is very strong, and they can even ignore hot weapons. But if you are cut by this sword, I guarantee that your bones will be broken immediately. Wait, there are things like formation patterns on it. Can they be activated? If they can, then what should I do? I don't know if they are formation patterns or something else. No, during a battle, the situation can change in an instant. One thought can decide life and death. How can you have time to slowly activate the formation patterns? Ling Han's eyes lit up. Telekinesis. He once again sent his telekinesis into the sword, but the broken sword didn't react at all. It's not that there's no reaction, but my telekinesis is too weak. I need to strengthen it a bit more. Ling Han continued to strengthen his telekinesis, but when he completely poured out his spiritual force, a symbol on the broken sword lit up slightly. Xiao, a visible green sword chi was shot out. Bang, bang, bang. As the sword chi swept across, the stones in its path crumbled one after another. Only when the sword chi reached a radius of 10 feet did it disappear. Damn, how fierce! Ling Han exclaimed. Even though he now had the strength of 1,000,000 kilograms, the distance he could release his strength was still only 30 feet. However, the sword chi from this broken sword could reach a distance of 30 feet. Its power was even more terrifying. I've picked up a treasure, I've really picked up a treasure. Ling Han revealed a happy smile. He had only activated one symbol. There were still 4 complete symbols on the broken sword. If he could activate all of them, how powerful would the broken sword be? The little pink pig revealed a look of disdain. It was just a broken sword. What was there to be proud of? It was as if it had obtained a treasure. Perverted pig, if you dare to spit at me again, I'll really have to kill you and make a feast out of you. Ling Han waved the broken sword. Little pink pig showed a look of disdain, as if Lord Pig didn't care at all. Damn, why is this pig's expression so disgusting? Could it be that its defense was so thick that even the broken sword couldn't do anything to it? Ling Han used the sword to lightly cut the little pink pig's body. As expected, the pig's skin seemed to be slippery. The broken sword didn't cause any damage to it. He activated his telekinesis again and released sword chi. The little pink pig was hit by the sword chi and flipped over a few times, but it still didn't break. This time, Ling Han was really shocked. He was sure that the destructive power of the broken sword was at least at the level of the 5 changes of blood transformation, or even the extreme bone realm. However, it couldn't even cut off a single hair of this perverted pig. It was obvious how amazing this pig was. What kind of breed are you? Ling Han picked up the pig, full of curiosity. Its defense was so amazing, but its combat power was only at the level of 5. It would be out of breath after running a few steps, and only knew how to eat and lust. With so many characteristics added together, Ling Han couldn't imagine such an existence. The little pink pig spat at Ling Han. He actually dared to hit Lord Pig until he became a rolling calf. This was too despicable. Ling Han picked up the little pink pig and went down the mountain. If he let this perverted pig enter the building complex, it could probably find more treasures. However, the problem was, with this guy's laziness, would it be willing to take anything out? Even if it was very diligent, with its current relationship with Ling Han, would it be willing to go? The answer was obviously no. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry. Martial art was just beginning to flourish, and there were countless historical sites from the previous civilization. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Not to mention, there was a historical site from the previous civilization in the depths of the ancient Dao Sect's ancient dragon mine. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was easy to go down. He quickly met the little servant girl, and the two of them continued down the mountain, returning to Tiger Hidden City. The perverted pig also followed them. It nested in Huanshue's arms and refused to leave. Alright, perhaps this pig would be of use. After entering the city, the pig's eyes immediately lit up. There were young women everywhere, both handsome and unhandsome. This made the pig feel like it had been injected with chicken blood, and it constantly let out pig-like cries. It was simply too embarrassing. Miss Huanxue. Not long after they entered the city, they saw 5 young men and women chasing after them. It was the group of 5 that Huanxue had saved from Mount Daqing. Huanxue held the little pink pig and was very cautious. These 5 people were so terrifying, they actually wanted her to leave her young master. The little pink pig had its eyes on the 2 girls. While Huanxue wasn't paying attention, it made a jailbreak and pounced at one of the girls. However, it seemed to have forgotten that its 4 short legs only had a little bit of explosive power. Halfway through its pounce, its body slid down and fell heavily to the ground. Wow, what a cute piglet. When the 2 girls saw it, their eyes immediately lit up. It had to be said that the little pink pig's appearance was very alluring. Ling Han grabbed the perverted pig back, and said, "Why is it the 5 of you again?" "Humph, we're going to save Miss Huanxue," said the 5 of them at the same time. "Let's go back and play in the mud." Ling Han led the way. "Don't even think about leaving. The 5 of them immediately surrounded him. Ling Han gave a light push, and with the release of force, the 5 people instantly fell to the ground, but they were not injured. He walked away with large steps. Huanxue hurriedly followed. She also wanted to get as far away from the 5 of them as possible. "What do we do?" asked one of the youths. "First follow them and see where they live. Then we can go get reinforcements," said the older youth. "All right." The 5 of them sneakily followed behind Ling Han and Huanxue. They quickly arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Why is it here? Could it be that repulsive fellow is an alchemist? Even if he's an alchemist, he can't allow Miss Huanxue to fall into his clutches. Let's go get reinforcements. Chapter 32-30. Ling Han returned to his residence and carefully put away the 9 flame grass and yellow ginseng. He could only use them in the future, so he had to put them away properly to prevent the medicinal effects from being lost. Call Snow was very happy with the pig, and Ling Han couldn't be bothered to care about it. He went into seclusion and prepared to break through to the blood transformation realm. He obviously knew that breaking through to the next realm was not something that could be done in a short period of time, but he couldn't waste time. There were still 5 days to the deadline the old man had mentioned. What would happen in 5 days? Just wait and see. Ling Han was very confident now. Firstly, his battle strength was comparable to the second and third transformations of the blood transformation realm. Secondly, he still had the broken sword. After activating it, the sword chi could rival the attack of the extreme bone realm. He went into seclusion, searching for the opportunity to break through. A martial art fanatic like him naturally wouldn't waste a single second. Blood transformation was a qualitative leap compared to opening meridians, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. The greatest characteristic of the first transformation was to turn the blood in the body into purple blood. But this was only a representation. The true change was in the essence of life. Because of the drastic change in the essence, the blood would also change. But how to touch upon the qualitative change of the blood transformation realm? No one could explain it clearly. This could only be comprehended by oneself. Like exploring the meridians, no one could give you any guidance or tell you what to do. You could only rely on yourself. Ling Han was naturally confident in himself. There were so many blood transformation realm experts in the world. He had even opened his 100 meridians. How could he not break through to the blood transformation realm? The problem was, how much time did he need? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed quietly, but Ling Han didn't receive any inspiration or enlightenment. He was still stuck at the 20 meridians realm. Of course, his 20 meridians were completely different from the other 20 meridians. There were too many small meridians that had been opened. It wasn't surprising that it was called 100 meridians. Ling Han came out of seclusion. There were only 2 days left before the big day. He couldn't stay in seclusion any longer. He wanted to get something to eat, but he couldn't find Call Snow anywhere. This made him feel strange. Where did this girl go? When he didn't see Call Snow at night, Ling Han finally felt that something was wrong. He asked around, and Call Snow left with a fat little pig in the morning. He left this morning and hasn't come back yet. What happened? Ling Han mobilized the people of the Alchemist Association to search for Summon Snow's whereabouts. Although everyone in the Alchemist Society specialized in alchemy, every alchemist had an extremely wide network of connections. There was nothing that could be done about it. Everyone loved alchemy, and the status of alchemists was naturally very high. There were many people who would bootlick them. In next to no time, Summon Snow's whereabouts for the entire day were investigated one by one. In the morning, he went to the bun shop and ate 9 steamers. It must be that fat pig who ordered it. the little maid didn't have such a big appetite. Then, they went shopping. At noon, they went to the Four Ocean Star Hotel and ordered 18 dishes. Pig, ah pig, how can you eat so much in the afternoon? He continued to shop, but at around 3 o'clock, he suddenly disappeared. Suddenly Ling Han immediately went to the place where Huan Shui had disappeared according to the report. It was a small alley. Ling Han took out the jade-colored toad, and the toad immediately started croaking in the northwest direction. Ling Han leaped into the air and headed in that direction. After walking for a while, he took out the toad again to calibrate the direction. Just like that, half an hour later, he stopped in front of a mansion. Summon Snow was inside. Ling Han didn't think that this was just a building in front of him, and that Summon Snow was still further away. This was because the words, Hu Residence, were written on the door plaque of this mansion. Hu Tui. Under the guidance of Zhong Yangbi, this guy discovered Summon Snow's talent in alchemy and immediately wanted to make Summon Snow his 8th concubine. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly because of the power of the benevolent heart medicinal hall. Now, he finally couldn't hold back his claws. Ling Han walked towards the door. When he got close, he saw 2 guards at the door looking at him at the same time and shouting, "Stop! Hey, Ling Han!" One of the guards recognized him. This was the new champion of the martial arts competition, the one who defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. "So it's Captain Ling," the other guard cupped his hands towards Ling Han. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" Although Ling Han's talent in martial art was monstrous, his status wasn't high. The main reason was that the news of him becoming a high-rank alchemist hadn't spread yet. Thus, these two could only address Ling Han by his position in the black-green flag. In front of the Hu clan, not to mention the black-green flag's vice-captain, even the captain was nothing, unless Lian Xuerong came. Ling Han said indifferently, "I'm looking for one person. Should say 2 people. May I ask who you're looking for, Captain Ling?" The first guard asked. "My maid, Summon Snow, and your young master Hu Tui," Ling Han said. "Looking for young master Hu Tui?" The first guard shook his head and smiled. "How could Captain Ling's maid be in our residence? As for 9th young master, he's about to take a concubine today. He probably won't have time to see Captain Ling taking a concubine. How dare he?" Ling Han started walking towards the Hu clan. "Stop!" the first guard shouted. Seeing that Ling Han didn't have any intention of stopping, he looked at the other guard. The 2 of them simultaneously raised their hands and swung their sheathed blades at Ling Han. Ling Han casually blocked them. Peng, peng, the 2 guards immediately fell to the ground, moaning and unable to get up. Of course, this was because he was being lenient. Otherwise, he could have turned the 2 of them into meat patties with a single strike. "Stop, stop," the 2 guards groaned. This was the only thing they could do right now. Ling Han strode forward. This Hu Tui was really audacious. He even dared to touch his little maid. "Hey, why are you here?" As he walked, he saw a youth suddenly walk towards him with a surprised expression. Ling Han was also slightly surprised, because this youth was one of the 5 people who insisted on saving Summon Snow. He was from the Hu clan. "Why can't I be here?" Ling Han smiled. "Miss Summon Snow isn't here. Hurry up and leave." The youth repeatedly waved his hand. Wasn't this a blatant lie? Summon Snow's disappearance had something to do with him? Is that so? Ling Han said casually, continuing to walk forward. Hey, why are you like this?" The youth blocked his way. Ling Han only gave a light push with his hand, and the young man was pushed to one side. The difference in strength was too great. He continued to walk forward, his speed extremely fast. "You want to marry my maid? Did you get my permission?" Hey. The youth continued to chase. His willpower was quite tenacious. But although he managed to shake off his pursuers, he couldn't catch up to Ling Han. He could only shout in vain. Very quickly, the Hu clan servants appeared in front of him. "Stop him, hurry up and stop him," the youth hurriedly shouted. Chapter 32-32. Ling Han was too famous now. Updated quickly. Half of the people in Hidden Tiger City had personally witnessed the battle in the martial arts tournament. Who didn't recognize this monster who had defeated Tuoba Tianhuang? To Hu Xiao, he also knew Ling Han's other identity as Summoning Snow's master. He couldn't understand why a martial artist, a beauty who was even more likely to become an alchemist or formation master, would be willing to be a servant. No matter where she was, Summoning Snow would be the center of attention. Why would she be Ling Han's servant? However, to Hu Xiao, Ling Han was only a vice-captain of the Black-Green Banner who could fight. Compared to the Hu family, he was far too lacking. Thus, he had always wanted to make a move on Summoning Snow, but he didn't dare to forcefully take her because of the merciful medicinal hall. Unexpectedly, Little 19 had given him a pleasant surprise and asked him to save Summoning Snow from the fire pit. More importantly, she really did leave the merciful medicinal hall. He ran over and saw Summoning Snow walking a dog, no, a pig. He immediately snatched her back and prepared to get married that night, making Summoning Snow his 8th concubine. Now that the uncooked rice had become cooked rice, he would just have to compensate Ling Han a bit of money. The Hu family didn't lack money. But what he hadn't expected was that Ling Han would actually come to the Hu residence. He had a guilty conscience and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The bride struggled excitedly, but it was obvious that her hands and feet were bound and she could only walk in small steps. Her head was also covered with a red veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen. It was definitely Summoning Snow. Although she couldn't see Ling Han, she naturally knew from Hu Xiao's words that young master had come to save her. She was incomparably excited. Ling Han pointed at the bride and said, "Take off her veil." "The wedding hasn't started yet, how can we take off the veil?" An elder said. He was an elder of the Hu family, but his cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the Soothing Pulse realm. He hadn't been able to enter the blood transformation realm and become the Hu family's 4th elder. However, his attitude was very unyielding. This was the Hu family, no one could be arrogant and do whatever they wanted. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Then only I can do it." "Don't you dare." Hu Xiao hurriedly said. If someone else lifted the bride's veil, would he still have the face to live in the future? Ling Han strode forward. "You stole my maid and forced me to marry you. And you still dare to be so arrogant?" He stretched out a hand, and a terrifying energy rippled out. Peng peng peng, and the people in front of him fell to the ground. Hu Chaosheng had already crawled to his feet. With a loud roar, he charged towards Ling Han. Boom! Purple blood qi rose from his body, making him seem as if he had transformed into a great demon. Blood and qi boil. This fellow was going all out, using the special ability of the blood transformation realm. His blood qi surged, and his strength increased by 2 to 3 times. Both of his eyes turned violet, looking incomparably sinister. Ling Han did not dare to be careless. After his blood and qi surged, Hu Chaosheng's strength was almost 500,000 kilograms. He could not underestimate him. He also circulated all the secret energy in his body. The small branches connected all the major meridians, as if he only had one meridian in his body. He punched. Bang! Their fists collided. The energy of the two surpassed the speed of sound, and under the superposition of the sound waves, their energy became visible to the naked eye as they fiercely collided. Ling Han's power transformed into a gigantic fist. The fist's power was incredibly condensed, and it was visible to the naked eye. Hu Chaosheng's power paused for a moment, and then collapsed. Meanwhile, the power of Ling Han's fist only had a few cracks on it, and it continued to crush towards Hu Chaosheng. What? Hu Chaosheng cried out in shock, his expression incomparably ugly. Bang! He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Under the pressure of the berserk energy, his body was pushed back, and the tiles laid on the floor of the hall were shoveled up and crushed. Only when he reached the bottom of the hall did he stop. That was because he had smashed into a wall. Bang! The entire hall shook. Everyone's expressions were the same as Hu Chaosheng's, filled with disbelief. The three ancestors had already unleashed their full strength, but they were still not Ling Han's match. Was this fellow really in the Meridian Opening Realm? In terms of shock, no one could compare to Hu Chaosheng. That was because only he himself knew just how powerful that attack had been. 900,000 jin. But he had still been forced back by Ling Han's punch. This meant that the other's strength definitely exceeded 1,000,000 jin. Heavens, normally speaking, the average strength of 3 meridians was only 1,000,000 jin. A person at the Illuminating Pulse realm could actually rival 3 transformations. Then if this fellow advanced into the blood transformation realm, just how terrifying would his strength reach? Ling Han walked past Hu Xiao. This fellow's entire body was trembling, but he did not dare to stop him. He could only watch as Ling Han removed the bride's veil, revealing a pretty face. Who else could it be but Huan Xue? However, the little attendant's mouth was now gagged. No wonder she had not made a sound. Her eyes were also red from crying, and she seemed incomparably emotional. Young master had come to save her. Ling Han turned Huan Xue around, and saw that the little attendant's hands were tied behind her back. This was a silver chain, made of an unknown material. He pulled with force, and found that he actually could not break the chain. It was really sturdy. Ling Han untied the chain, and then the little attendant pulled out the cloth stuffed in her mouth. Full of grievance and apology, she said, Huan Xue is too useless. I still need young master to save me. This girl. Ling Han chuckled, and said, this is not Huan Xue's fault. It's just that someone is too despicable. Yes, yes, yes. Huan Xue nodded incessantly. This person was too despicable. He actually wanted to forcefully marry her. She did not like him at all. And the little pig, she sobbed, was snatched away by them. They said they wanted to make him into roast suckling pig. She looked towards Hu Xiao, and said, return my little pig. Ling Han sighed. Just now, his aura was boundless, but with the little attendant's interruption, the entire scene changed. Don't worry about that damned fat pig. It won't die, he said indifferently. That perverted pig's skin and flesh were so thick that even his broken sword could not cut through it. Who here could hurt it? At this moment, that perverted pig was probably heartlessly throwing itself into the arms of some girl and acting spoiled. Ling Han looked towards Hu Xiao, and said indifferently, what else do you have to say? He had been caught red-handed, so what else could he say? Hu Xiao snorted, and said, don't forget, this is the Hu clan. Just like how he had not dared to barge into the Benevolent Heart Medicinal Hall, how could the Hu clan be a place that Ling Han could barge into? Although the strongest member of the Hu clan was only at the 4 transformations, he was still a bit more awesome than Mo Guahao. After all, alchemists were subordinate to martial artists. If you trespassed into the Hu clan, no one could save you. Oh, even at this time, you still don't have the slightest hint of repentance. Ling Han shook his head. Then someone like you deserves to die. Humph, barging into my Hu clan, and even threatening to kill. A cold voice rang out. A tall elder also walked out from the inner hall. His gait was majestic, and his chi and blood were astonishing. Chapter 32-33. Greetings, Second Patriarch. Immediately, all the members of the Hu clan knelt on the ground. This was the second patriarch of the Hu family, Hu Ronghai. He was also a blood transformation expert, but he had surpassed the first transformation. Second bro, don't be careless. This kid is very strange. His strength is at least 500,000 kilograms, Hu Chaosheng reminded. Hu Ronghai couldn't help being startled. What kind of joke was a meridian opening expert with 1,000,000 pounds of force? The limit of the meridian opening realm was 50,000 kilograms. There were indeed some monstrous geniuses who were able to break through that limit, but they were only able to lift 120,000 kilograms. How is that possible? Could it be that after opening a few hidden meridians, his strength would receive such a terrifying increase? Fuck, doesn't that mean there's no difference between opening the hidden meridian and entering the blood transformation realm? He naturally did not know that Ling Han had also opened up all the minor meridians in his body, connecting all the major meridians together. Otherwise, the limit of 20 meridians would only be 600,000. And this was still with Ling Han as the standard. The width of his meridians, the speed and purity of his mystical power were far superior to others. Thus, another person who had opened 20 meridians might have a limit of 300,000 pounds of force, or perhaps 500,000 pounds of force. However, would old Third spout nonsense on this kind of matter? Someone at the meridian opening realm can defeat someone at the blood transformation realm. Vice Captain Ling, I really underestimated you, lightly said Hu Ronghai. If his third brother hadn't gone crazy, then other than his own realm, this youth would definitely be on the same level as him. He might even surpass him. But, don't forget, this is the Hu family. His tone suddenly turned severe. Ling Han, did you hear that? This is the Hu family. With two blood transformation experts present, Hu Ming's arrogance finally soared. You're crazy. You're fierce. Huh, why would I not dare? So what if I stole your maids? You're just a deputy captain of the black-green flag. Even if I slept with your mother, your sister, and all of them, what can you do to me? His face was full of arrogance. This was the spoiled second generation of an aristocratic family. Ling Han shook his head and waved at Hu Ronghai. Come. What do you mean? Of course, Hu Ronghai would not go over. What face would he have left? He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, now, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can consider giving you a lighter sentence. Ling Han laughed in spite of himself and said, you raised a beast and didn't discipline it properly. You actually want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Huh, what a Hu clan. How dare you? The Hu family members shouted angrily. You, an outsider, came to the Hu residence to disrupt the wedding and even dare to teach them a lesson? If you won't come over, then I'll go over. Ling Han let out a long roar and suddenly leapt up, charging towards Ling Hu Ronghai. He punched out. Boom, a terrifying force shook the area. Brat, the strength of the blood transformation realm isn't just about blood chi boiling, said Hu Ronghai coldly. Wang, the blood chi in his body rose, becoming as black as ink and transforming into a pillar. Second blood transformation, blood chi condensation column. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Ling Han. This was not in terms of strength, but on the spiritual level. Wang, this pressure rushed over, but did not have the slightest effect. What? Hu Ronghai mouthed, but it was already too late, because Ling Han's punch had already reached him. Why was this brat immune to the impact of his baleful aura? He didn't have time to think, and hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bam! It was just one punch, but he was sent flying. And he was in a much worse state than Hu Chaosheng. Both his arms had been forcibly broken, and they drooped down powerlessly. The entire scene was deathly silent. How was it that even the second patriarch was not a match for a single punch from Ling Han? Hu Zhao's entire body was trembling. He had just said a bunch of extremely insulting words to Ling Han, but in the blink of an eye, the second patriarch had collapsed. He felt like he was about to piss his pants. The person who was the most wronged here was definitely Hu Ronghai. He had never imagined that his baleful aura would have no effect on Ling Han at all. And if there was no effect, then there was no effect. The two of them had exchanged blows. Yes, this brat had struck out with 10 times the force of gravity, one more force than him, and was indeed more awesome than him. But how hard were the bones of the blood transformation realm? How could he have shattered his bones? Shattered, not broken. He could feel that the bones of both his arms were crushed like dough. Could such a comminuted fracture still recover? He was too wronged. If he had directly activated his blood qi, then with his 800,000 gene of raw strength, if doubled, he would definitely have surpassed Ling Han. But now, both his arms were crippled, and he was not good at using his legs. His strength could be said to have been crippled. That's right, this brat must have cultivated spiritual power. Otherwise, he would not have been immune to the effects of his baleful aura. His mind would definitely have been shaken. Damn it, how could there be such a monster? Not only was his martial strength heaven-defying, but he had also cultivated spiritual power. How were others supposed to live? Ling Han was also shocked. His punch should have only been able to defeat his opponent. How could it have caused such a terrifying destructive power? Wasn't this very similar to the blow he had used to kill Cha Deyuan? He recalled the process of throwing this punch. It seemed to be no different from a normal punch. Why did it have such an effect? After thinking for a while, his heart suddenly trembled. Could it be, let's find someone to test it out. Everyone, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something, so I was a bit distracted. He smiled at everyone. Everyone couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. Why didn't you want to go berserk and die directly? This was blatant mockery. Ling Han looked at Hu Xiao and said lightly, "Say what you just said again." Hu Xiao's entire body trembled. How could he dare to? Was he courting death? Say it. Ling Han raised his voice. Hu Xiao's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "The Hu clan is a bastard. Everyone from top to bottom is a beast. The old are old beasts, and the young are little beasts." Immediately, everyone in the Hu clan's expression changed. They wanted nothing more than to kill Hu Xiao. You're too spineless. You're just scared to this extent. You don't deserve to be a member of the Hu clan. Do you deserve to die? Ling Han interrupted Hu Xiao's words. Even he found them unbearable. How could there be such a shameless person? Deserve to die, I deserve to die. Hu Xiao hurriedly nodded. If he had known that Ling Han was so powerful, he wouldn't have had any ideas about summoning snow even if he was beaten to death. Then you can go die. Ling Han nodded. Ah. Hu Xiao's mouth gaped open. The script shouldn't be like this. I've already tried so hard to beg for mercy, and even scolded my own clan members. Why won't you let me live? If there's a next life, be a good person. Ling Han said lightly, and then punched out. Pang! Hu Xiao's entire body instantly sprayed out a cloud of blood. He couldn't be more dead. What was even more strange was that Hu Xiao's chest, which was the point of impact, had completely caved in. It wasn't the kind where bones were broken, but as if there were no bones at all. As expected. Ling Han nodded. Chapter 32-34. Killed someone in the main hall, there was silence. Though Hu Xiao's performance just now was unbearable, turning traitor under Ling Han's threat, and cursing the entire Hu clan, that was a completely different matter. He was, after all, a descendant of the Hu clan, and now he was killed by an outsider in his own clan. Who wouldn't feel sad? Home should be the safest harbor, but what about now? Furthermore, this damnable fellow could have easily killed Hu Xiao with a single punch, yet he had purposely used an overlapping force to turn Hu Xiao into minced meat. Was he purposely showing off to them? How despicable. This was the Hu family of Tiger Crouching City, one of the 6 minor aristocratic families. No one said anything, and Ling Han closed his eyes slightly, his brain working quickly. His punch just now had directly shattered Hu Xiao's bones and internal organs. An ordinary punch, even with the overlapping force of 20, could not have such an effect. Such an effect could only be achieved if his strength was several times greater than his current strength. To kill a mere Hu Xiao, why did he need to use so much strength and the overlapping force? This was the conjecture he wanted to verify. How could such a blow have such terrifying power? That was because the waves of power formed a certain frequency, causing the destructive power to reach the extreme. Why was it like this? Ling Han thought of a very simple example, and that was the swing. If pushed at will, the swing would keep swaying, but it would not overturn. But if pushed at a certain frequency, the swing could overturn. In fact, it did not need to use much strength. Also, the bridge was strong and could bear a great deal of weight. Even if rows of cars drove on it, it would not be a problem. But as long as 100 people walked on the bridge at a fixed pace, the bridge could collapse. Ling Han did not use his full strength in that blow just now. Even with the overlapping force of 10, it should have at most broken Hu Xiao's bones. However, because he had captured the fixed frequency, Hu Xiao's bones had been shattered into pieces. Mastering this frequency, I can fight the strong with the weak. However, there must be a limit. The key is, where is the limit? Ling Han had been thinking about this question ever since he returned from the Thousand Lotus Mountain. Now, he finally understood. Good. Hu Ronghai stared at Ling Han. From this moment on, the Hu clan will not rest until you are dead. Even the God of Heaven will not be able to save you. Ling Han chuckled. You're not the King of Heaven. How do you know that you can't save me? Besides, is the Hu clan that strong? Young man, you're too arrogant, Hu Ronghai said coldly. Ling Han looked at him and shook his head. You seem to have forgotten how your arm was broken. This sentence poked at Hu Ronghai's sore spot. His greatest grievance was that he was crippled by Ling Han before he could unleash his greatest strength. This made him want to vomit blood just thinking about it. You are destined to shed your blood here today, he said fiercely. Oh, if you want to kill my soldiers, why don't you first ask if I, Lien Xuerong, have agreed to it? A cold but pleasant voice rang out as Lien Xuerong walked in from outside. She was still dressed in black leather, which completely outlined her impressive figure. Many people swallowed their saliva when they saw her. In Hidden Tiger City, there were many people who had designs on this sexy rose. However, Lien Xuerong was not only at the 3 changes of blood transfusion, but also the flag master of the black-green flag. Who dared to force an imperial general? Weren't they afraid of being executed? So it's Flag Master Lien. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Hu Ronghai put on a fake smile. He wanted to cup his hands, but he realized that both his arms were broken. His expression naturally became even more ferocious. You came at the right time. He nodded. This soldier of yours has barged into the Hu residence and publicly killed people. Flag Master Lien, please take him down and let the Hu clan deal with him. Flag Master Lien is the leader of the black-green flag. Isn't the black-green flag supposed to protect law-abiding citizens like us? Someone from the Hu clan said in a strange tone. Flag Master Lien, please take down this murderer. Flag Master Lien, please take action. The Hu clan said one after another. No. Huanxue hurriedly defended herself. They were the ones who kidnapped me and brought me here. Young master barged in to save me. It really has nothing to do with young master. Ling Han smiled. That's what happened. My servant girl was kidnapped. After my investigation, I found out that it was the Hu clan who did it. In order to prevent the Hu clan from moving her away, I didn't apply to the flag master and directly took action. Nonsense. Who do you think the Hu clan is? Why would we do something like kidnapping people? Hu Ronghai snorted. My little nine took a fancy to his servant girl and bought her from him. However, this evil brat actually went back on his word and came here on the big day to cause trouble and publicly kill people. Flag Master Lien, let me ask you. How should such an evil act be dealt with? TSK, TSK, TSK. His skill in making false accusations was really impressive. He forcefully made an unreasonable matter into a reasonable one and the perpetrator into the victim. Ling Han felt that he was far from being shameless. Yes, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Lien Xuerong said indifferently, fine. I will bring people back. After I find out the truth, I will naturally give the Hu clan an explanation. She was protecting Ling Han. Flag Master Lien, don't you think you're going too far? Hu Ronghai said coldly. Don't you see that my little nine's corpse is still lying on the ground? Lien Xuerong glared at him. I'm going to bring people away right now. Do you dare to stop me? Hu Ronghai was immediately speechless. Who didn't know that Lien Xuerong had a fiery temper and was extremely protective of her people? She really dared to act recklessly. If it was another time, he wouldn't be afraid to fight even if he was a small realm lower. However, now that both his arms were crippled, how could he possibly resist a third transformation expert? Flag Master Lien is truly awe-inspiring. Another voice rang out, and a white-haired old man walked into the main hall. Although he looked extremely old, the blood qi in his body was at its peak. It was as if there was a ferocious beast hiding in his body that was about to leap out and attack people. Greetings, Elder Ancestor. Instantly, the Hu clan members all bowed to him, their confidence soaring. This was the ancestor of the Hu clan, Hu Kan, an expert at the fourth blood transformation. He had single-handedly founded the Hu clan and brought the Hu clan to the position of one of the 6 minor clans in Hidden Tiger City. He was the spiritual pillar of the Hu clan. Hu Kan waved his hand and said, "Rise, all of you." The Hu clan members all stood up, each of them regaining their previous arrogance. Even the elder ancestor had appeared. Was there still a problem? Lien Xuerong frowned slightly. Hu Kan was a fourth transformation expert, and his realm was even higher than hers. If they really fought, the possibility of her losing was even greater. However, with her protective personality, how could she retreat in the face of difficulties? Hu clan leader. She greeted. Chapter 32-36. Lien Xuerong wanted to meet the attack, but Ling Han stepped out first and blocked her with his hand. Flag leader, why bother you with this kind of trash? I'll take care of it. Such arrogance. Hu Kan snorted coldly and charged over. Both of you come at me together, it will save me some energy. Lien Xuerong thought about it and took a few steps back. Since Ling Han was so confident, then she would first see his strength. Anyway, once she received the news, she had already sent someone to inform the city lord's house. She believed that in another half an hour or so, the city lord would come personally, or at least send Butler Mu. With a ultimate bone realm practitioner holding down the fort, the Hu family naturally would not dare to do anything rash. Little brat. Hu Kan sneered and pressed down with his palm. Ling Han had no plans to fight him head-on. This was a super practitioner with boiling blood qi. Facing him head-on would definitely result in death. He turned to the side and then punched out. Pang! Power surged out, surpassing the speed of sound and turning into a massive fist. Insignificant skill. Hu Kan sneered, completely ignoring Ling Han's attack and charging over. Pang! The fist force landed on his body, causing Hu Kan's body to shake slightly and come to a halt. This time, Hu Kan's expression was rather awkward. He had just called it insignificant skill and put on a look of disdain, but in the blink of an eye, his attack had been blocked by this insignificant skill. Wasn't this a slap in the face? But Hu Kan was more shocked. An illuminating pulse realm could actually stop him. How was this possible? The opponent's attack just now had at least 500,000 kilograms of power. Hu Kan was a little scared. If he did not have boiling blood qi, his strength would probably only be slightly stronger than Ling Han's. How could a mere illuminating pulse possess such terrifying power? If he was like this now, what would happen in the future? At the start, he did not know what was going on. But how could the Hu family be trampled on by others? So he had directly flown into a rage. And just now, when Old Third had given him the Dharma artifact, he had also roughly explained what had happened. He cursed Hu Shao in his heart. Why did he have to provoke such a terrifying guy with limitless potential? If he let Ling Han go today, then the Hu clan would definitely be erased by Ling Han in the future. Since the wood had already been turned into a boat, then he could only get rid of this brat and get rid of any future troubles. Die! Hu Kan unleashed a powerful move. His left hand turned into a claw, clawing at Ling Han unceasingly. Xiao, 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 the force continued to transform, and one giant claw after another pressed down at Ling Han, practically covering the sky and covering the earth. Ling Han was unable to face the attack head-on, so he could only dodge. Fortunately, he could release his strength to a distance of 30 feet. While dodging, he could still counterattack, so he was not completely in a passive position. Lian Xuerong was shocked. Whether it was speed or strength, Ling Han wasn't any weaker than her. The only difference was that he couldn't boil his blood qi and increase his strength by 2 or 3 times. Hiss, the meridian opening realm could actually be this powerful? She couldn't help but think of that white-robed, omnipotent genius in the capital. He was also a monster who could fight against blood transformation experts at the meridian opening realm. However, could he reach the 3rd transformation and fight against the 5th transformation? Could it be that there was someone who could surpass that monster? In her idle thoughts, Ling Han and Hu Kan had already exchanged many blows. Of course, Hu Kan was completely on the defensive, constantly dodging, and only occasionally returning a punch or two. But even so, everyone was still shocked to the point of dizziness. That was an expert of the 5th transformation attacking, and his blood qi was boiling, and he was in his strongest state. Even with this, he couldn't finish off Ling Han in 2 or 3 blows. Heavens, what kind of monster was this? Ling Han was extremely calm. He was not as relaxed as others appeared to be. Facing an expert of the 5th transformation whose blood qi was boiling, as long as he made the slightest mistake, the result would be eternal damnation. Hu Kan was stronger and faster than him. The reason why he was able to repeatedly dodge his opponent's attacks was completely because Ling Han had made a prediction. Otherwise, if he waited for Hu Kan to attack before dodging, it would definitely be too late. Ling Han relied on his experience, but his opponent's speed was too fast. He had to capture the details of each of Hu Kan's actions, so the pressure was naturally extremely great. In just 2 minutes, he had already overused his eyes, feeling extremely sore, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. However, he only needed to hold on for a few more minutes, and Hu Kan's outburst period would be over. An expert of the 5th transformation was not much stronger than him, so he could completely deal with him. Hu Kan's expression became uglier and uglier. Previously, he had fought a great battle with Lian Xuerong, and his blood qi was boiling. Then, he had to wait for Hu Chaosheng to retrieve his magic tool, wasting some more time. Therefore, when he really fought with Ling Han, he actually only had about 5 minutes of his outburst period left. And now, he had used up another 2 minutes, but it looked like Ling Han could still hold on for a few more minutes. He was unable to accept this kind of result. An expert of the fifth transformation whose blood qi was boiling was actually unable to take down a mere illuminating pulse. If news of this got out, he would become a joke, a huge joke. Since that was the case, humph. Hu Can revealed a cold smile. Wang, the sword in his hand, immediately lit up. To be more precise, it was the 4 glyphs on the body of the sword. They all gave off a white light, causing it to seem as if it had become a sword of light. It was definitely useful as a torch in the darkness. Shua, Hu Can slashed out with his sword, and a magnificent sword qi immediately slashed towards Ling Han. It was a full 3 meters long, and its speed was ridiculously fast. Even if Ling Han could predict this slash, he would not be able to dodge it. Go to hell. Hu Can smirked coldly, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was too terrifying, and he definitely could not be allowed to grow. Ling Han. Lian Xuerong cried out in surprise, and hurriedly lashed out with the whip in her hand. However, she was too far away, and it was completely beyond her reach. Ling Han instead revealed a hint of a smile. Could it be that he would still be unprepared if he knew that his opponent had a magic tool in his hands? He had long since taken out the broken sword, and also raised his sword. Shua, the glyphs lit up slightly, and then he unleashed a sword qi. It was only a foot long, and it went towards that thick and long sword qi. A Dharma artifact. When everyone saw this, they all thought to themselves. Who would have thought that this brat would also be able to obtain an incomparably precious magic tool? It should be known that all the magic tools came from the historical sites of the previous civilization, and no one in the current era could make magic tools. Thus, magic tools were extremely precious, and even the Hu family only had one. A meridian opening brat actually has it? However, such a magical artifact, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. The sword was already broken. How much power could it still have left? Just by looking at the length of the sword qi, one could tell that it was only a foot long. It was simply weak. Shua, the 2 bolts of sword qi collided, and soundlessly, the 3-meter-long sword qi was severed. Then, it started to spread and be annihilated from the 2 severed ends, and finally completely disappeared. On the other hand, the foot-long sword qi continued to sweep forward. Damn! Chapter 32-37. A beautiful romance. Hu Can was taken aback, and then immediately dodged. Thankfully, his speed surpassed the speed of sound. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to dodge this sword qi. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The sword qi from a broken sword was so terrifying. Hu Can looked down at the sword in his hand, and a strong suspicion arose in his heart. Did the 2 of them hold the wrong swords? Why did it feel like he was the one holding the broken sword? Of course, this was just a thought. Hu Can revealed a fearful expression, and at the same time, his eyes turned red. The power of this broken sword made him feel a chill that he did not want to touch. What did this mean? Its power definitely surpassed the 5 changes, and reached the height of the ultimate bone realm. The ultimate bone realm. If he could get his hands on it, then even if he could not crush the ultimate bone realm, he would at least have a certain degree of authority, right? So, of course, he was jealous. Lian Xuerong was also shocked. She had never thought that Ling Han would have such a powerful Dharma item. This guy's power rose rapidly. At the opening pulse realm, he had the power of 3 changes, and now he had a ultimate bone realm Dharma item. What kind of luck was this? Really, if it was just his own hard work, he definitely could not have such achievements. Ling Han waved the broken sword and said, "Hu family, listen up. Immediately kneel and surrender. Do not resist stubbornly." Hearing this, the Hu family members were all enraged. "Fuck, this was the Hu family, you bastard." Hu Can also took a deep breath and said darkly, "Captain Ling, you really are arrogant. Even if my Hu family really committed some crime, it is not up to you, a mere vice-captain, to judge. Flag Master, can this be considered resisting arrest?" Ling Han turned back to ask Lien Xuerong. "Yes," Lien Xuerong said in a low voice. "She could be considered to have a big heart. If you resist arrest, then you will die for nothing." Ling Han shook his head and attacked. "Ignorant brat." Hu Can laughed coldly, and similarly raised his sword to meet the attack. Swish, 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 the two of them constantly clashed. Sword chi crisscrossed. Pang, 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 any sword chi that missed would tear a hole in the hull. Actually, the sword chi itself did not have much power, but its sharpness was incomparably terrifying, as if it could cut through anything. Besides fighting with their swords, their other hands weren't idle as well. They repeatedly punched, struck out with their palms, and pressed down with their claws, causing the scene to be extremely dangerous. Cold sweat rolled down Ling Han's forehead. He needed to make more judgments now, so the burden was naturally greater. He couldn't hold on much longer. However, Hu Can's outburst was also about to end. Once one's qi and blood began to boil, it would be a process that could not be stopped. Therefore, there was only a time limit of 10 minutes. Only super geniuses or those who had cultivated some special martial arts could exceed the limit of 10 minutes, but it would not be more than a few minutes. Finally, another 2 minutes passed. Hu Can's aura plummeted all at once. He had now returned to his ordinary fifth transformation state. "Old man Hu, hurry up and be bound." Ling Han let out a long howl as he switched from defense to offense. "Humph, do you think that you can suppress me just because my qi and blood aren't boiling?" Hu Can sneered. Ling Han's primordial power was inferior to his. Even if he did not explode, he did not fear Ling Han at all. Bam! The two of them collided. This time, Ling Han did not dodge. It was very difficult for him to dodge. When Hu Can's outburst period ended, the string that had been pressing down on him immediately loosened. It gave him a splitting headache, and it was impossible for him to make any more accurate judgments. "Then let's fight." With one blow, Ling Han immediately stumbled back. He was clearly not a match for Hu Can. Although Hu Can had the upper hand, he revealed an expression of shock. This brat's strength was not just 1,000,000 kilograms, but had reached around 1,200,000 kilograms. This had surpassed an ordinary third transformation state. Heavens, how could there be such a freak? "I can't let you live," he said coldly. Regardless of whether it was to get rid of future trouble or to snatch the ritual implement in Ling Han's hands, he had to kill Ling Han. Now was a very good excuse. Ling Han had forcibly barged into the Hu residence and publicly killed people. This was a serious crime, and he deserved to die. His expression was cold, and he charged towards Ling Han with his sword. "Not only do you not reflect on your actions, but you are also so overbearing. You are the one who deserves to die." Ling Han waved his broken sword to meet him. Pang, pang, pang. In the continuous clashes, Hu Can had to dodge the sword chi unleashed by the broken sword, but the force he unleashed also caused Ling Han to stumble, and even blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This caused everyone to be confused. There was clearly a great difference in their strength, so why was he still foolishly going all out? The members of the Hu family did not care, but it would be best if Ling Han was killed by the earthquake just like that. That would be a very satisfying ending. Lien Xuerong, on the other hand, was shocked. She did not believe that Ling Han was such an idiot. Otherwise, how could he have reached such heights in martial art? What was this guy thinking of doing? Ling Han gritted his teeth. His opponent's strength was too terrifying. Every clash made him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But why was he still going all out? Of course, it was to capture the frequency of Hu Kan's attacks, and then adjust the frequency at which their strengths overlapped. When they reached a synchronized state, then his opponent's strength would be defeated by him. This was what he had suddenly thought of. If objects could be shattered, then attacks should be able to as well. So, he would rather endure the discomfort of his body about to explode to prove this point. He was this kind of person. The greater the pressure, the more motivation he had. So, if he were to achieve a breakthrough in battle, the time he would spend would be far less than when he was comprehending normally. However, why was the darkness before dawn so long? It was not over yet. Pooh! Ling Han opened his mouth abruptly and spat out a mouthful of blood. That attack just now had triggered all the injuries he had previously suppressed, causing his stomach to turn upside down. He felt as if stars were flashing before his eyes. Die! Hu Kan took advantage of his victory and gave chase. He wanted to finish off Ling Han in one go. Stop! Lian Xuerong shouted softly and hurriedly waved her whip to block. Ling Han gave a loud roar and struck out furiously, meeting Hu Kan's attack head-on. Pang! The forces of the two of them clashed. Pang, pang, a shocking scene appeared. Ling Han was indeed sent flying, but Hu Kan's figure also swayed, and he was sent flying back in retreat. Lian Xuerong could not help but stop in her tracks. There was a look of disbelief on her pretty face. What was going on? Why had Ling Han's strength suddenly skyrocketed? He was not at the blood-changing realm, where he could boil his blood qi and explode. Hu Kan's face was also filled with astonishment. This attack did not do much to him, but how could a weakling suddenly become so powerful? What secret technique did you use? He asked with a frown. Do you want to know? Ling Han smiled calmly. Sure, surrender and I'll tell you. It was blatant mockery. Hu Kan laughed coldly. Do you think that just because you were able to block one of my attacks, you will be able to block 10, or 100 of my attacks? Wrong, it's not me blocking. Ling Han took the initiative to attack, throwing out a punch. It's you blocking. Chapter 32-38. A good story. Arrogant. Hu Kan scoffed. What a joke. Did he think he was invincible just because he had blocked one of his attacks? He absent-mindedly shot out a palm strike at Ling Han. Ling Han's expression was calm, like an old well without ripples. He struck out with his fist, stacking 20 layers of power. Bam! Hu Kan's expression changed greatly as he struck out with his fist. The power he had struck out had been completely disintegrated, and a terrifying force surged towards him, causing him to involuntarily retreat. On the other hand, Ling Han was standing steadily. Ah! Hu Kan's face was slightly pale. Under the shock of the power, he almost vomited. Unexpectedly, he was at a disadvantage in this blow. How was this possible? What secret technique did you use? His face was full of shock and confusion. Ling Han smiled calmly. Your talent is too poor. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. In these two attacks, he had already grasped Hu Kan's attack frequency, so under the stacking of power, he had broken through Hu Kan's attack. This was also because the difference in power between the two of them was not very large. If Hu Kan was at the ultimate bone realm, then even if Ling Han had grasped his opponent's attack frequency, it would be useless. It was like how a group of people could collapse a bridge, but could a group of ants do the same? I already said, you can only block. Ling Han attacked again. Bam bam bam. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and Hu Kan was pushed back again and again, clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, the Hu family was deathly silent, unable to make a single sound. What could they say? Even Shui Rong was so shocked that her scalp went numb. An illuminating pulse could actually suppress a 5-transformation elite. Would anyone believe this? That monster in the capital? Too late. But Ling Han knew his own difficulties. If he wanted to break Hu Kan's attack frequency, he had to use more than 15 layers of power. Under such intense exhaustion, how long could he fight for? It would only be over 10 minutes, which was equivalent to the blood transformation realm's explosive power. Furthermore, the explosive power of the blood transformation realm was over. Their battle power would only drop back to normal, but it was different for him. The power in his body would be completely used up, and he would completely lose the ability to fight again. But could he finish off Hu Kan in 10 minutes? Ling Han shook his head in his heart. After all, the other party was a 5-transformation expert. He could only suppress him. Moreover, if it were not for the fact that Hu Kan had used his qi and blood seething early on, he definitely would not have dared to face him head-on. Otherwise, he would have been courting death. Sigh, I'm still too weak, he sighed. However, if others were to hear his words, they would definitely scold him for being pretentious. You, a meridian opening expert, are suppressing a 5th transformation expert. What more do you want? Ling Han continued to throw punches. In his heart, he thought that it was about time to find an excuse to pack up. Otherwise, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. What are you doing? A cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was filled with dignity. Ling Han's memory was very good. He immediately stopped. This was the best opportunity to stop. However, Hu Kan did not give up. With a loud cry, he continued to lunge at Ling Han. Are you seeking death? That voice snorted coldly, and then a palm came slapping over. Pang, Hu Kan was immediately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was a crushing defeat in terms of power. Hiss, who is it? Butler Mu. Lian Xuerong hurriedly bowed respectfully. Although Butler Mu did not have any position, he was a genuine ultimate bone realm martial artist. Who dared to disrespect him? Only now did Hu Kan realize that the person who had spoken was actually Butler Mu. He could not help but cry out in frustration. He had suffered this slap for nothing. A ultimate bone realm martial artist had already spoken, and he still did not stop. Was he not looking for a slap? Greetings, Butler Mu. He pinched his nose and bowed. The difference of a major realm was a crushing defeat. After all, there could only be one monster like Ling Han. Butler Mu swept his gaze over him coldly, and said, Flag Master Lien, what is going on? Housekeeper Mu, this is what happened. Lian Xuerong said in full detail. She told him everything that she knew, without any deviations. Hu Kan would not allow Lian Xuerong to finish speaking. He hurriedly interrupted and said, Butler Mu, listen to me. Pa, Butler Mu immediately gave him a slap, and said coldly, Did I allow you to speak? How could Hu Kan dodge? He took the blow head-on, and one side of his face instantly swelled up. What a good hit. Ling Han gave Butler Mu a secret thumbs-up in his heart. This master had a very bad temper. Flag Master Lien, continue, Butler Mu said lightly. Yes. Lian Xuerong nodded and continued speaking. When she finished speaking, Butler Mu looked at Hu Kan and said, It's your turn. The corner of Hu Kan's mouth twitched. He already had no passion left to speak now. But if he did not defend himself now, wouldn't he be accused of a crime? He hurriedly said, Butler Mu, this is all Ling Han's nonsense. It was clearly him who sold the female attendant to my family's little nine, but on the day of the marriage, he regretted it and came to our door to demand it back. That is why such a mess has arisen. Butler Mu, please distinguish right from wrong. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who forcefully abducted me. Huan Shui could not help but interrupt. Butler Mu glanced at Huan Shui, then looked away and did not do anything. Fuck. Hu Kan almost went mad with anger. Oh, you want to slap me for interrupting? How come this girl's interrupting doesn't need to be punished? Wasn't this discrimination too much? But did Hu Kan still dare to criticize Butler Mu? He could only hold it in with a red face and swallow this anger back into his stomach. The two of you say completely different things. Should I believe Ling Han's words, or yours? Butler Mu looked at Hu Kan. This question was asked. Hu Kan did not even think and immediately said, "This brat is just a small deputy captain of the Black-Green Banner, a complete military ruffian. How can his words be trusted? I am the head of the Hu family, and my words are worth enormous weight." "Oh, you mean that whoever has a higher position can be trusted?" Butler Mu asked. "Don't speak so plainly." But it was indeed so. Why did no one dare to provoke the 3 great clans and 6 small clans? Because they were the 9 powers with the highest position in Hidden Tiger City. Whoever provoked them would suffer. Butler Mu nodded and said, "Since that is the case, then I can only believe in Ling Han." Pfft. Hu Kan instantly choked. Why? Are you an idiot? A deputy captain of the Black-Green Banner can surpass me in position? Butler Mu glanced at Hu Kan, his eyes filled with pity, as if the latter was an idiot. He opened his mouth and said calmly, "Because the Alchemist Guild headquarters has not officially confirmed it, this matter has not been widely publicized. But, I can tell you in advance that Hidden Tiger City has produced a second high-level alchemist." Wah, wah wah. Hu Kan's mind instantly buzzed, and he almost saw stars. A second high-level alchemist? Although Butler Mu did not point out the name, as long as one was not an idiot, they could guess that he was referring to Ling Han. High-level alchemist. How could this be? Chapter 3240. If these words were said by Feng Zisheng, then Ling Han could understand a little. For example, if Feng Zisheng betrayed the country, or suffered from internal strife, his status was not guaranteed, and he was reduced to the point of fleeing, then he might indeed need a daughter. But what position did Housekeeper Mu have? Ling Han looked at Housekeeper Mu in surprise. Although you are the housekeeper of the Feng family, isn't your hand reaching too far? Housekeeper Mu shook his head. Do you think Miss will be happy if she marries a man she has never met for the sake of benefits? Ling Han laughed and said, then why didn't Housekeeper Mu take Miss Feng away? He was only at the illuminating pulse realm. Even if he could barely match the 5 changes of blood transformation, he was still far from the extreme bone realm. No matter how he looked at it, Housekeeper Mu was more suitable than him. Housekeeper Mu looked at him and said after a while, I hope you will consider this matter carefully. In addition, I also hope that you can help Miss when she needs help. This is the flying shuttle steps technique. He took out a thin book from his arms, the paper was very new. Consider it a reward. Ling Han thought about it and said, as long as it is within my ability, I will help. Okay. Housekeeper Mu nodded. He threw the book to Ling Han and strode away. Flying shuttle steps. Ling Han murmured. As he walked, he flipped through the book. One picture after another immediately entered his eyes, and one after another, the incantation continuously appeared in his mind. Not bad. After unfolding, it can increase the speed by up to 3 times. However, this consumes too much secret power. In addition, it also has great requirements on the physique. Otherwise, both legs may be directly crippled while running. In that case, I owe a big favor. Ling Han showed a strange expression. Housekeeper Mu's point of view was not correct, but he was just a housekeeper. Was it a little too much to care so much about Feng Ruoxian? It was definitely too much. This was not the attitude of a housekeeper, but more like a father. Could it be that Feng Ruoxian was the illegitimate daughter of housekeeper Mu? For a moment, Ling Han's heart was filled with countless thoughts of gossip. I don't have to deliberately care about it. If Feng Ruoxian really needs my help, then I'll help her within the limits of my ability. However, if she's in Hidden Tiger City, what kind of trouble will she encounter? I don't care. Let's go back to camp. After a night, Ling Han first invited Sun Jianfang to the campsite. There was only one day left before the deadline given by the little old man. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow, so he could only try his best to prepare. Ling Han took the shuttle steps and carefully studied it. With his perception, it was natural for him to succeed. In just half a day, he was already able to display this body technique. He ran with all his strength and then used shuttle steps. His speed suddenly increased, but he didn't push it to the maximum. This was necessary. Because his speed was already close to the speed of sound, when he ran, the air resistance was very strong, causing a great burden to him. Now that he had increased his speed a little more, all the bones in his body were cracking. Could he break the speed of sound? Ling Han's strength was comparable to that of a third blood transformation, but his physique was definitely a lot worse. After all, his life level was lower by one realm. Breaking the speed of sound was an ability that only blood transformation realm experts could have, and this was determined by physique. Ling Han circulated the secret power in his body, then increased his speed. Pang! There was a huge sonic boom behind him. Sand and stones were sent flying in all directions. He had achieved it. Ling Han revealed a smile. With the support of the shuttle steps, his speed finally broke the sound barrier. It could be said that this speed alone could cause great destruction. If he were to run on the street like this, the resulting sonic boom could deafen the people nearby, shatter the glass windows, and even cause the houses to collapse. But after just half a minute, Ling Han couldn't take it anymore and had to stop. He felt his whole body heating up, especially his legs, as if they were about to burn. My current limit is to sprint at the speed of sound for half a minute, at most 40 seconds. Otherwise, my body might disintegrate, Ling Han said to himself. Is there a way to temper the body? Ling Han went back to search for information, and soon found that there was indeed a way to strengthen the physique. This was nothing more than being hit by all kinds of forces from a young age to increase the strength of the muscles and bones. It also needed to be combined with medicine, directly taken or soaked in the form of a medicinal bath to stimulate the strength of the cells. This kind of consumption is very high, and also needs to persevere day after day, year after year. Without strong financial resources, it's impossible to support it. On the contrary, as long as the secret power is placed in the body, it can achieve the same, or even better defensive effect. Therefore, very few people are willing to spend this time and financial resources to temper the body. Ling Han shook his head. He started off as a body refiner in the Yuan world, and directly obtained the celestial venerable level body refiner treasured technique, making his physique extremely strong. Even if he encountered an opponent whose tier was a lot higher than his, he was fearless and couldn't be hurt at all. There's no body refiner technique for sale here, so it's unrealistic to hope to buy it. Can I use the indestructible heaven scroll? Yes, the two worlds are completely different, but I'm me, and haven't changed. The indestructible heaven scroll is completely useless to others, but I'm different, because I came from the Yuan world. I definitely can't copy it, but I can make some improvements. Ling Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. He stood at the peak of the world in the Yuan world, and it wasn't difficult to improve a celestial venerable level technique. What was difficult was how to merge it with this world. If the indestructible heaven scroll can be improved, then how many secret techniques can I take out? I'll give it a try. Ling Han immediately returned to the camp, and began to think hard. He was sometimes a very patient person, and sometimes a super impatient person. Once he thought of it, he would immediately do it. From morning until midnight, Ling Han finally had some ideas. It's possible, it's really possible. He nodded. However, this requires a very large change, and with such a change, perhaps everyone in this world can cultivate. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It was at this moment that a sharp voice rang out in the sky above the camp. Dang, 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 the alarm also sounded. Ling Han shivered. The half-a-month's time limit had arrived. What kind of enemy could actually make staying in Crouching Tiger City unsafe? Ling Han hurriedly dashed out. At this time, most of the people had already come out, because Lian Shuerong had already made preparations. No one went to sleep at night, and everyone was fully armed, without the slightest bit of disheveled appearance. How many enemies are attacking? Lian Shuerong also appeared, and asked very calmly. On the watchtower high above, the soldier's face was twitching. He lowered his head, and with a trembling voice, he said, "Innumerable, innumerable." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.